Exclusive coverage of Alabama football game day continues. Welcome to the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Wood treated right. Alabama football is also brought to you by Chick-fil-A. Order online with the Chick-fil-A app to cater your next tailgate party. And by Ford. Visit your local Ford dealer. Proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide.
Welcome, everybody, to our Everwood Countdown to Kickoff. Everwood, of course, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. I am Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts here inside our Yay Alabama broadcast booth. Tyler Watts, this Crimson Tide team trying to erase the memory of last weekend. They did so probably a lot easier than the fans, even though they're the ones that invest so much of themselves in each and every week.
And a lot sooner, too. But sometimes when you're forced into the foil of it, you get an opportunity to go back to work. That's when you can put the past behind you. And Damian Square talked about it last week. Have an honest assessment, watch the film, learn from your mistakes so as not to repeat them again. That's exactly what Alabama needs to do today.
Crimson Tide trying to get themselves ready to take on this South Carolina squad that's been very dangerous in their own right throughout the course of the year.
Yeah, obviously a big upset win versus Kentucky, and then at that point everyone was thinking, well, Kentucky's not any good. South Carolina might be somebody that we really need to watch this year. And then the very next week, Kentucky goes out and almost upsets Georgia at home. So this is a South Carolina team, though, that has lost a couple. Heartbreaker to LSU where they built a big lead, only to see it go away in the second half. And then last week versus Ole Miss, were absolutely just run off of the field, had no opportunity to compete in that game. So they're really rebounding, trying to find out who they are, and they're hoping to come into Tuscaloosa today and prove something.
Let's take a look at the scouting report, Tyler. It's presented by Homewood Suites by Hilton in downtown Tuscaloosa. Make yourself at home at Homewood Suites, conveniently located in downtown Tuscaloosa. Stay in comfort and enjoy the great options at the on-site 205 bar and restaurant. Homewood Suites Tuscaloosa, proud to be a preferred hotel partner of the Crimson Tide. Give us the scout on this one between the Tide and the Gamecocks.
Well, for South Carolina, their defensive unit can be a little stingy. They had several takeaways versus Kentucky. Really haven't done a whole lot since, but they can be stubborn up front. Have a couple of big guys up front in Tonka, Hemingway that can make it a challenge to run. And you do not want to be in third and long against these guys. Dylan Stewart and Kyle Denard, they're edge rushers. They're smaller, you can run on them, but when they're in obvious passing situations, they can put a tremendous amount of pressure on your quarterback. But I think that this is a secondary that Alabama really can exploit. I think they're weak back there, some lack of communication, and they can just flat out get beat on some of the deep passes. Offensively, a lot of the same schemes that Vandy ran last week that gave Alabama so much trouble. So going to have to be eye discipline, aware of what your responsibility is, and attack it. But you got to be able to slow down Rocket Sanders, a very talented running back. If you can slow him down and put all of the stress of winning this football game on Lenoris Sellers, you really have an opportunity to come out here with a big victory.
And Tyler, last week it was a smaller quarterback who played very, very big. Weren't at all surprised at his skill set. We knew coming in that he was a dangerous player, but it is a bigger quarterback that they'll face in Sellers this week.
He's a big back that loves to run the ball. He can throw it and he can throw it in tight windows. However, he does a majority of his damage in that read option that South Carolina loves to run. They'll use jet sweep motion. They'll use outside zone to set him up going back up in the interior. He's hard to bring down, and when he gets in open field, he is explosive and can take it to the house.
Also not quite as experienced. 6'3", 242. He is a redshirt freshman out of Florence, South Carolina, so maybe his reads will not be as good as what we faced last week.
And that's been the difference comparing him to Diego Pavia, is the fact that he will make mistakes. He will force into tight coverage, not always understanding what defenses are doing. He has been prone to turn the ball over here early in the season.
The Alabama Department of Human Resources is trying to help all of us in Alabama think more about being foster parents and parents to adopt children in Alabama. For more information on how you can become a foster parent or adopt a kid who needs a good home, go to dhr.alabama.gov/ adoption. We look now at our star to watch for today's game. It's presented by Tito's. And Tyler, who is the star you'll be looking for in this one for the Tide?
I think someone who can really have an outstanding day, not that he hasn't had a lot of explosive plays already, is Ryan Williams. Against this secondary for South Carolina, I think he's going to have multiple opportunities to have one-on-one situations where he can take the top off of the defense. He is faster than a majority of their secondary, and I look for him to simply run by them on more than one occasion.
In all fairness, he is faster than virtually everybody's secondary, right?
That he is, but I think today specifically, although they would love to limit his ability to touch the ball, I just don't think that there's a way that they can.
All right. The star to watch presented by Tito's. Tito's Handmade Vodka teaming up with University of Alabama to donate 150 tickets to Vet Tix. That's an organization offering active service members and veterans tickets to this season's Alabama Crimson Tide home games. All right, when we come back, we will be taking a look at our starting lineups and everything leading up to kickoff as we continue with more on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Firing downfield, has a man, catch is made, touchdown Alabama.
See the call as we make the call. Watch the booth cam presented by Yay Alabama for each and every Alabama football game. Streaming live on all CTSN social media platforms, you can get a front row seat to every touchdown and every great play reaction from Chris Stewart, Tyler Watts, and the entire Alabama radio crew. Watch on YouTube, Facebook, and X at UA_CTSN.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Atmore, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Atmore. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota. Let's go places. Get 3.99% APR for 36 months on a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 Hybrid. Offer valid through November 4th, 2024. Zero down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $29.52 monthly payment for every $1,000 finance. Excludes tax, tag registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
The Lilly Company is your local supplier for Toyota and Clark Industrial Forklift trucks. With 6 locations in Alabama, the Lilly Company offers new, used, and rental equipment, as well as being an authorized parts and service dealer. More than just lift trucks, the Lilly Company is your one-stop shop when it comes to equipping your business or warehouse with the latest and most innovative material handling products and time-saving solutions. Check us out at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Gear up for game day with a hearty win from Jack's. Score big with our hand-breaded chicken fingers and mouth-watering fried chicken, served with scratch-made biscuits and a spread of tasty sides. Jack's Catering is perfect for feeding the whole crew while you cheer on your team. Whether it's a game watch or a gathering with your family, we've got the flavors that everyone loves. Visit us at eatatjacks.com or download the Jack's app to start your catering order today. Jack's, all about the South.
Welcome back, everybody. Glad to have you with us at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium as we continue with our Everwood countdown to kickoff. I'm Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts. We are live from the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth, and Crimson Tide taking on the South Carolina Gamecocks in this one today. Tyler, we're going to take a look at our starters for today's matchup. And the starting lineups always presented by Transamerica Transamerica helping Tide fans to create financial freedom so they can live their best life. We'll begin with the Gamecocks of South Carolina on the offensive side. Lenora Sellers, as we said, starting at quarterback, 20 of 32 last week for 162 yards, no touchdowns, a pick, 15 carries, 55 yards, somewhat reflective of what happened for them in their last ball game as they dropped the 27-3 decision to Ole Miss.
Yeah, but he's an explosive quarterback. He can make a lot of positive plays. I think key for Alabama, though, is just to limit his opportunities early on and don't allow him to build any confidence.
Raheem Sanders, the 6', 230-pound senior from Rockledge High School, an Arkansas transfer, had that career-high 232 rushing yards, 3 TDs a couple of years ago as a Razorback against Ole Miss, which tells you how explosive he can be. In preseason, second-team All-SEC as well. High expectations for him. He will be a player to key on for Alabama defensively.
Yeah, he's a powerful back in traffic, and then once he gets a step on you in the open field, he's awfully difficult to catch up with.
Wide receivers, you've got a number of guys that are dangerous for South Carolina, but at wideout, Nick Harbor, Jared Brown, Dalvian Campbell, all listed as potential starters. The same with Mazio Bennett, Peyton Mangrum, and Luke Doty, which tells me that position, along with Gage Lavardane and Vandrevius Jacobs, yep, they're all guys you're going to see, and it doesn't sound like they've got any one guy they are overly confident in.
Well, overly confident. They spread the wealth. They do a good job with their play action of spreading the ball around. Luke Doty is a tall guy who can take advantage with his height. Jared Brown, you had mentioned him. He's made some really nice catches throughout the course of the season as well. A wide receiver room that is very capable of making plays.
Across the front, Josiah Thompson, Kamar Bell, Vershawn Lee is the center, and then on the right side of the line, the guard Torricelli Simpkins, and then Kason Henry is the right tackle as well. They list a couple of tight ends in Joshua Simon and Brady Hunt as well. Good size, looks like an SEC line up front.
And Joshua Simon, their tight end, they utilize him a lot, not only in the run game, but also they'll slip him out of the backfield, use him over the middle. He's a threat, especially inside the red zone.
Let's take a look at the Alabama defense, the projected starters for the Crimson Tide in this one. And Tyler White's, it's a Bama defense that wants to be more assertive, to do a better job, certainly on third downs, getting off the field, as fourth down was an issue in the second half against Georgia 2 weeks ago. But again, Jamarian Latham leads the charge up front, along with Tim Keenan III, Tim Smith, and they'll walk up Quay Rusaw as well.
And need to be more disruptive up front. Against last week versus Vandy, really played the entire game back on our heels, trying to read what the offense was doing as opposed to taking the fight into the backfield.
Q Robinson's name will call a lot for this Tide team, along with L.T. Overton. James Smith has been playing a good bit. We called his name a bunch last week. David Payne Jr. along the front as well. In the linebacking core, you got Deontay Lawson, Jahad Campbell, also a good bit of Jeremiah Alexander and Justin Jefferson as well for the Tide.
Yeah, these guys are really going to need to attack the line of scrimmage today against this type of offense. They're going to have to make a decision on what their assignment is and then explode to the ball carrier.
The secondary, Damani Jackson, Xavier Brown at the corners, Keon Sabb at free safety, Malachi Moore listed as the starter at strong safety, with Devontae Smith as the Husky as well. But we'll see a lot of Red Morgan. We'll see a good bit of Jalen Mbakwe, among others as well.
And this is a secondary today that really can cause confusion for Sellers, the South Carolina quarterback. I think they can mix up their looks, confuse the quarterback, and hopefully get a turnover or two.
That's the South Carolina offense. The Bama defense, as we check out the starters here on our starting lineups presented by Transamerica. We are under 30 minutes from kickoff now, presented by Beatbox. And you know, each Beatbox is bursting with delicious flavors, gluten-free, low sugar, and it's resealable. Look for it in stores across the Southeast for your next tailgate today. Our pregame coverage has been brought to you by Everwood. The Everwood countdown to kickoff. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Everwood, wood treated right. We're back with more in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This has been the Everwood Countdown to Kickoff Show. Everwood, the official treated lumber of Alabama athletics. Wood treated right. Alabama football is also brought to you by SeatGeek. Find tickets to Crimson Tide games and more. SeatGeek. And by Guthrie's, the original chicken finger restaurant, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Here we go. Kickoff is coming up next on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill. When your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway. And you planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Wetumpka, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Wetumpka. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I'm Cole Adams. And I'm Jeremy Bernard. We are all excited to enjoy the energy of Bryant-Denny Stadium this fall, but viruses that cause respiratory diseases are still prevalent in our communities.
Vaccination against these viruses is very important for everyone, and especially for those who are at a higher risk of developing serious complications, including older Americans and those with certain medical conditions.
For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today.
Stay safe and roll Tide.
Don't let a bulky glass bottle hold you back from celebrating the Crimson Tide's roll toward another championship season. For the first time ever, the Go Anywhere, Do Anything premium wine, Copa di Vino, and new proud sponsor of Alabama Athletics, is available at Bryant-Denny Stadium as well as a retailer near you. Copa is the unbreakable single cup of wine, and its spill-resistant resealable top is perfect for your watch party, tailgate, backyard barbecue, or away game road trips, no matter how wild. With 7 different wines to choose from, there's a Copa di Vino just for you and all of your rowdy friends.
Domino's delivers game days across Tuscaloosa and the surrounding area. Locally owned and operated in Tuscaloosa for over 30 years, the team at Domino's is proud to be a supporter of Alabama football and athletics across the Capstone. Domino's would like to thank our customers for supporting our local business for over 30 years. Make Domino's your choice on game days year-round and enter our weekly Drive for Dough contest this football season. Domino's is proud to deliver your Alabama Crimson Tide game days anytime. Visit RollDomino's.com. Thanks from Domino's and Roll Tide.
At the Crimson Tide Sports Network, when we have short-term or long-term storage needs, we always call on the storage unit professionals at Blue Sky Self-Storage to help us out. The staff at Blue Sky Self-Storage is kind, courteous, and helpful. Plus, their storage properties are clean, well-lit, and easy to get to, like their drive-up units at 3208 Rice Mine Road, Northeast in Tuscaloosa. You can even check in online at BlueSkySelfStorage.com. For fast, dependable, and affordable storage, call on the experts at Blue Sky Self-Storage, proud partner of the Crimson Tide.
If you believe, like many, that football is a microcosm of life, then a season is not a destination, but rather a journey. From point A, the 2024 8A game from Bryant-Denny Stadium, to hopefully point B.
Fires to the end zone, touchdown! Alabama wins!
And with that journey comes smooth sailing.
The deuce got loose.
Potholes.
Final score, 40-35. It's Vanderbilt.
And the inevitable fork in the road. And that is precisely where this Bama team finds itself, at the fork in the road. Of course, Bama has been here before. Coach Saban more than once spoke words of wisdom about not wasting a loss, which could easily be translated as taking the wrong road. Particularly poignant from a coach who led multiple teams to national championships after a loss.
And I'm quite sure that Coach DeBoer's message to the team this week struck a very similar tone. So how does this Alabama team respond to that good-sized pothole in Music City? And which road does this Bama team take? The answer begins to take shape today on Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Bama and South Carolina next.
Here we go. It's time for Alabama Crimson Tide football on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Here we go! Crimson Tide football is brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Tackle game day with a great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Try and decide. Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. All-State, you're in good hands. Bud Light, proud sponsor of Alabama Athletics. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Cadence Bank, your team, your cadence. Chick-fil-A, order online with the Chick-fil-A app to cater your next tailgate party. Barkley GMC, Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy. Guthrie's, the original chicken finger restaurant, and now an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Ford, visit your local Ford dealer, proud sponsor of the Crimson Tide. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama Athletics. And by Toyota, visit your local Toyota dealership today. Toyota, let's go places. Now, here's the voice of the Crimson Tide, Chris Stewart.
Absolutely gorgeous morning in Tuscaloosa, Alabama, as the Crimson Tide tries to get back in the win column, taking on the Gamecocks of South Carolina, who's trying to do exactly the same thing. Welcome, everybody. So glad that you are with us here on our coverage of the Crimson Tide Sports Network. I'm Chris Stewart alongside Tyler Watts. Roger Hoover is our broadcast host. The guy who's fighting through it more than anybody, Damian Square, the traveler extraordinaire, worked his tail off to get here. We're so thankful that he made it safely and glad to hear from him as our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter over the course of our broadcast today. Tyler Watts, we were running through the starters, or some of them, a little bit earlier. We gave you the offense for the Gamecocks, the defense for Alabama. Let's flip it to the other side of the football while we've got a few moments. Defensively, tell me what you think about the Gamecocks up front with the edge rushers. Dylan Stewart on one side, Kyle Kennard on the other, and then up the middle with the tackles in Tonka Hemingway and Alex Huntley.
I think they're big up front, and they do a really nice job of stopping the run between the tackles. Dylan Stewart and Kyle Kennard are very explosive, quick twitch guys on the edge. You do not want to be in obvious passing situations. However, you can run right at them. They're a little undersized, and I think Alabama can take advantage of them in the running game.
Their linebacking core features Bam Martin Scott or Demetrius Knight Jr., both at 6'2", about 245. They've got the will linebacker in Debo Williams, and then at the nickel back, it's Jalen Kilgore, who's 6'2", 220 pounds as well. Your thoughts on what you see in the middle of that defense?
It's a good linebacking core, not a great linebacking core. However, they do a nice job of trying to strip the ball away. They get back in coverage. Throwing across the middle of the field can be a little bit iffy because of how they drop.
In the secondary, Odell Fortune is at one corner with Judge Collier. The other, I said Odell, it's O'Donnell Fortune, excuse me, and Judge Collier. You've got also at free safety Nick Emenwari and also DQ Smith at the strong safety. How you've already talked about it, the vulnerability that they have in the back half of their defense.
And especially O'Donnell Fortune. I think that this is a guy that Ryan Williams will line up on a lot and try to create some one-on-one situations with him.
Taking a look at the Alabama offense. Up front, again, Caden Proctor, Tyler Booker, Parker Brailsford, Jaden Roberts listed up front along with Elijah Pritchett. it's a unit that's getting better, more comfortable week by week, it seems.
And Jaden Roberts missed a good portion of last week's game with injuries. We hope that he's 100% for today's contest. And if he's not, who's going to fill in at that position?
Will be interesting to see. We've seen a lot of Gino Vandermark in the early part of the season in a guard role. Also, a few snaps at center as well for the Crimson Tide, but trying to get things sorted out should they not be at full strength, but hopefully they will be as we get things started here today. The tight ends likely to see either C.J. Dupree or Robbie Oots to start at tight end, depending on which look they go offensively. Could see both of them, but they have been very, very effective in the early going, along with Josh Cuevas.
And Cuevas has really stepped up in the last couple of weeks. We're seeing more and more of number 80, especially in the passing game. But both of this tight end room is a pivotal part of the running attack, as well as getting out into routes.
At quarterback, of course, as usual, it is Jalen Milroe, the 6'2", 225-pound redshirt junior out of Katy, Texas. Credit to Vanderbilt. They did a good job of containing him. He had some good numbers through the air, but he just wasn't able to really be the effective player in the run game that we have seen him so much of this season and throughout his career.
Well, but the thing is that's okay. There's enough explosive playmakers around him that if a defense wants to try to take away his ability to run between the tackles and on the edge, that's all right, because it opens up opportunities for other guys to make plays.
The problem is it didn't open up a whole lot in the run game, and also the pace of the game did not create a lot of opportunities for either Jam Miller or Justice Haynes, who are basically interchangeable as quarterback 1A for the Crimson, or running back 1A for the Crimson Tide.
Well, but it's something that's not going to be the case every single week. I mean, you're not going to get down 13-0 versus other opponents, at least you certainly hope that you don't, where you're not sure how many more possessions you're going to have. So I definitely look for Alabama to put a larger, bigger emphasis on running the ball early on.
At wideout, not sure of the status of Kendrick Law, but also Kobe Prentice, who worked through some nicks from the previous week and was able to see some playing time. Cole Adams back, although not a starter. And you've also got Ryan Williams that, of course, we will see a lot of, the 6-foot freshman, 6 feet 175 out of Mobile, Alabama.
And these guys are going to have a lot of opportunities to be explosive today versus South Carolina's defense.
And, of course, Jeremy Bernard, who was joining us on the radio show on Wednesday night, an impressive young man personally, in addition to what he is doing right now on the field for the Crimson Tide.
And really a nice compliment to what Ryan Williams is able to do, because defenses put all the pressure and focus on number 2. It's going to open up more opportunities for 5.
All right, it's the Crimson Tide and the South Carolina Gamecocks. We will send it down to the field right now for our national anthem to be performed by the $1 Million Band.
Our flyover will be presented by 3 Apache helicopters from the South Carolina National Guard. Please remove your hats and join in singing as the $1 Million Band proudly presents our national anthem.
Apache helicopters flying over very, very shortly. Here they come. I saw them yesterday as they were rehearsing. It was about this very same time Yesterday morning I saw them and was afraid that Foster's had declared war on Cottondale, but thankfully it was just a rehearsal for today. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Welcome to the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Absolutely gorgeous day in Tuscaloosa as we welcome you back to Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Could not ask for a more beautiful day as we have got clear blue skies, crisp morning, 69 degrees as we approach kickoff. That is if you're in the sun. If you're in the shade, still feeling a little bit cooler than that, but expected as we continue throughout the day to see it warm just a little bit, and by the time we get to the end of this one, we'll probably be around the 80-degree mark. But great weather, starting to feel like football. A little chill in the air as we left for the stadium this morning, Tyler, and this is where this is what it's supposed to start feeling like and where we're supposed to be.
Well, to show you how different in positions are, we show up this morning and I'm cold as all get out, and Damian Square shows up with a sweat rag. Well, that's the difference in a D lineman and a quarterback. But it is starting to feel like fall, and this is when the part of the season where the schedule gets fun. I ain't talking about next week, but we got a big one next week as well. But this is when it sure enough gets fun.
It does indeed. Speaking of our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Damian Square out there right now. Look, sun's hit you in a little bit. I'm going to guess you're not probably in agreement that it's about 69, 70 degrees. A little warmer maybe where you are.
Yeah, it's a little warmer here on the sideline, man. It's feeling just perfect down here. It's a great day to be in Tuscaloosa and a great day for the Tide to play some football, baby.
How quick is the start? How important, I should say, is a quick start, whether it's the defense or the offense?
I think it's important to play mistake-free football, you know. Just come back, you know, not put too much on it. Hey, man, this is the SEC. Things happen, but you got to move on, man. Any team can beat you any given week in this new NIL era. So I think it's important to come out here and execute at a high level. Don't put too much on it and be the team that you're supposed to be.
And one last thing, Damian, after last week's performance, if you win the coin toss, are you wanting the ball or you want to put the defense on the field first?
I want the football, and I want to put points up on the board. And even if we don't get the football, I want to put points up on the board.
It sounds good to us, partner. Our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Damian Square. Look, we talk offense and defense, but if you're talking about a Beamer-coached team, whether it's the father, Frank, back in the day at Virginia Tech, or this South Carolina squad with Shane Beamer as the head coach, you better talk special teams as well.
Yes, you had. And, of course, versus LSU, they had a block punt. This is a family that is known for putting a huge emphasis because they understand the importance of how that fit, whether it's field goal and or punt opportunities, can really flip a field and change momentum.
South Carolina wearing the white uniforms, garnet and black lettering and trim, making their way out of the end zone in the south end, the southeast corner. And the Crimson Tide, in a matter of moments, will appear in that legendary tunnel that leads from the locker room to the playing field, Saban Field, as it's now known at Bryant-Denny Stadium. The electric few moments, the video entrance, narrated at the moment by Mark Ingram, who says, "Here comes the Tide." And as the video switches, we turn the audio down to the field so you can hear the reaction as Kalen DeBoer leads his Tide through the tunnel. Announcer at Bryant-Denny Stadium for, wow, 3 decades now. Giving the welcome, Tony Giles signaling the entrance of the Crimson Tide playing field, and just about ready to get things going here as the Tide and the Gamecocks will very shortly send their captains out on the field for today's game, presented by BuildSubmarines.com. BuildSubmarines.com serves as the central hub to recruit and train the thousands of workers needed to build and sustain U.S. Navy submarines. At BuildSubmarines.com, we build giants because it takes one to build one. Our coin toss down on the field come from our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Damian Square, but also we have joining us our kickoff captain, courtesy of Barkley GMC. It's Clayton. Clayton's 12. He's from Kimberly, Alabama. He loves Bama football. We welcome Clayton to Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium and thank Barkley GMC for their support of the Crimson Tide in Make-A-Wish, Alabama.
Beautiful day for football. Here's our standard SEC coins. The pinwheel is tails. The SEC logo is heads. Okay, I'm going to flip it. It's going to hit the ground. Individual, what's this called? Tails is the call. It's tails. You won the call. We're going to defer. You're going to take it. Okay, go ahead. Put your backs that way. You guys put your backs this way.
South Carolina deferred.
Wins the toss and defers. Alabama will receive on this end. Good luck, gentlemen.
Thank you to Damian for relaying that, as well as our game official again. The team captains brought to us by, or the kickoff captain, courtesy of Barkley GMC and Make-A-Wish Alabama, which creates life-changing wishes for children with critical illnesses. A wish begins with hope, and hope begins with you. Text Roll Tide to 44834 right now to help. Again, that first time to hear from the Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Damian Square. Cooks Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control and a proud sponsor of Alabama football, as they have been for so many years. Moments away from kickoff, presented by Coke Zero Sugar. Tackle game day with a great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Just try and decide. We told you, absolutely perfect. 69 degrees at kickoff. Our weather and field conditions presented by Alpha Insurance, auto, home, life, business. Alpha Insurance covers it all. AlphaInsurance.com. Alex Herrera kicking things off for South Carolina from the north end to the south, as this one will sail into and through the back of the end zone, and Alabama will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. And Tyler Watts, Alabama looking for a good start, hopefully a big start in this one.
And in weeks past, they've opened up with some running game, especially on the edge, trying to get the corner, stretch the defenses out. Do they do the same thing versus South Carolina?
We will find out here very, very shortly, as the Tide, wearing the crimson uniforms, the white pants, working from the pistol formation. Justice Haynes gets the start of the backfield to the now left as he goes in motion. They'll swing it out to him. Milroe fighting him, and Haynes will stretch forward near the 29-yard line. Actually, they'll spot him back at the 28, so a little swing pass gains 3 on 1st down.
Good way to stretch the defense, though, especially try to establish a little bit of physicality out on the edge.
Tide with wide outs to each side. Ryan Williams to the near side of the field. Bernard to the far side. Once again, it will be Haynes to the right of Milroe, who now will bring a man in motion to the right. He'll hand it off left. They will give it to Haynes, and he'll fight across the 30 to about the 32-yard line. So 3rd and 3, basically, Tyler, back-to-back running plays to start the game.
And there was no hesitation. This was a give all the way, and really Haynes did a nice job of creating some space and yards after contact to get it close to the first down marker.
It's early, but this is a big play on 3rd and 3 for the Crimson Tide.
You have to set the tone early on.
Everybody bunched in. Oots and Dupree as the Tide will run it left side and fighting near. Oh, they're not going to give him the spike. Wow. I thought Haynes had stretched it forward, but South Carolina says they've stopped him short. And Alabama's going to hurry to the line of scrimmage. They're going to go for it on 4th down and about a foot. They will snap it to Milroe. He fights forward. He gets the first down. A roll of the dice early from Kalen DeBoer in this one here in Tuscaloosa, sending a message.
You know, and unlike in weeks past, where on those 3rd and medium situations, we've come up a yard or so short because we couldn't lower our head and pick up the extra yardage needed. Justice Haynes does a good job of at least giving Coach DeBoer something to think about. Now the chains move. Offense can stay in a rhythm.
First down. It's brought to you by ATIX. We'll tell you more about our friends at ATIX in just a moment. 2 wideouts right, now 2 left as Williams goes in motion to the left side. Miller's in the backfield and now leaves an empty set as Milroe will look across the middle. Catch is made. Bernard makes one man miss. A second. 45-50. Stays on his feet. 45-40 down the left sideline. Bumped out of bounds. That will be the bank first down after a 31-yard pickup. That first down was brought to you by ATIX.com. Let ATIX be your ticket connection to all the Alabama football games. ATIX is the ticket. We'll hear from Damian Square after this next play. Another first down, as we said, with Jam Miller in the backfield again. Once more goes in motion, leaving an empty set. 3 wideouts to the near side of the field for Milroe. 2 to the left as the high snap is caught. He looks downfield, bounces to his right, now fires downfield. Catch is made inside the 15, inside the 10, inside the 5. Cole Adams makes the grab, and Damian Square back-to-back big plays in the passing game.
Hey, it's very important that we play this way, man. Everybody on the sideline wanted to go for it on 4th down, and I'm glad that coach went for it.
Handoff right up the gut and down inside the 1-yard line after a 3-yard game. Jam Miller, boy, 31 and 29 yards on consecutive plays in the pass game for the Crimson Tide. And now a run puts the Tide inside the 2. The handoff will again go to Miller. Fights forward. Did he get to the goal line? Spot him short. Wouldn't mind a review on this one. It looked like he extended the football, but still 3rd and about a foot. And we'll see what the Tide does here. They'll bring another tight end onto the field in Robbie Oots.
Well, I love how the offensive line is playing awfully physical down there on the line of scrimmage, really getting a good push against this Carolina front 4.
Elijah Pritchett at right tackle for the Crimson Tide. The left side occupied by Caden Proctor. It's now Justice Haynes in the backfield as they'll bring in Oots in tight on the left side. They'll bring Bernard in motion. It'll be a keep, and Milroe walks it in for the Alabama touchdown. A little fake handoff to Justice Haynes, and then Jalen Milroe walks into the end zone from less than 2 yards out. That is his 10th rushing touchdown of the year, and the Crimson Tide gets on the board first. It's 6-0 here with 11 minutes to play in the first half.
It's one of Alabama's favorite running routes down inside the 5-yard line. Basically a triple option where you have the jet sweep motion, you have the running back going up the middle, and it's your quarterback Milroe, either on the edge or up the middle.
Graham Nicholson on to try the extra point from the hold of James Burnap. The snap from Neelan Hibbett. All 3 executed perfectly, and a great start for the Crimson Tide. Early 4th and short executed deep in their own territory. The Tide able to march down the field. 4 minutes into this one, we've got a 7-0 score in Tuscaloosa. Good guys on top here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today, you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard, until the other team scores. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus. Copyright 2024 Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Favorite jeans, favorite shirt. Yakka sausage and I'm firing it up. Yeah, everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. You can smell that flavor up and down the road. It's a little taste of heaven, and everybody knows that's how I get my grill on. Kanaka sausage. It's just a little taste of heaven.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Four minutes into the game, 11 minutes left to go in the first quarter. Alabama 7 and South Carolina nothing. Bama just scored from the Chick-fil-A Red Zone. Download the Chick-fil-A app to claim your free Chick-fil-A special offer by midnight tonight. Offer is redeemable at participating Alabama Chick-fil-A restaurants next week, Monday through Friday. We just saw Jalen Milroe with that 1-yard rushing touchdown, capping the Brombergs' Forever Diamond scoring drive. 9 plays, 75 yards, 4 minutes off the clock as Alabama is able to strike first against South Carolina. We continue live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth where you can feel good about your money. And right now we'll go down to the field, check in with our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter Damian Square. Cooks Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control, proud sponsor of Alabama football. D Square, we just saw the offense do what it wanted to, score on the first possession. How key is this first defensive possession coming up for the Crimson Tide? First time we see this defense on the field.
Hey, we got to come out and establish our presence. We know how we left the field last week, but that's in the past. These guys are going to come out here and show us a few looks that we probably haven't seen, probably make the defense adjust on the run. These guys got to communicate. Some crazy things might happen on this first drive, but they got to find a way to get these guys off the field with no points.
9 plays, 75 yards, 4 minutes. That's pretty efficient, Tyler Watts, to start things off.
And I love how they came out established in the run. Even on the first play, swinging it out. That's the ball in your running back's hands. That's where you want it to be. We need to get these running backs going over the course of this game.
Luke Dory waits at his 10, but the deep man is Juju McDowell. Deep for the South Carolina Gamecocks as Connor Talty kicks this one all the way through the back of the end zone. That is a good sight to see as Gamecocks will start off 1st and 10 from their own 25-yard line. All right, Tyler, big series for the Bama defense. Very, very, very early. But, man, it'd be great to see them set a tone.
Yeah, I just want to see them fly around the field. React, explode, and go knock somebody's head off.
1st and 10 for the Gamecocks from their 25. They will operate from the pistol formation. Quarterback looks, fires, has it swatted back right at the line of scrimmage and almost picked off. Lenoris Sellers is 6'3", 242, but he wasn't able to throw it over the Tide's Jamarian Latham.
You also had Justin Jefferson filling in late as well.
That's who it was.
His hands on the ball.
I thought it was 20. Instead, it was definitely 15. Jefferson who came flying in and knocked that one down. Again on 2nd and 10. They'll look, pressure coming. They bounce it to the edge. They dump it off. Catch made 30 up to the 35. That'll be a first down for Rock Sanders as the senior from Rockledge High School in Florida, an Arkansas transfer, picks up 16 yards and a first down.
Well, the coverage was really good. Lenoris Sellers very fortunate that he bounced to the outside and there was no containment over there and just dumps it off to his running back who's completely left wide open.
3-man front with Bama showing pressure from the edge. They don't rush there. They'll cut back after the handoff to the running back Sanders again, and he will get across the 40 to about the 43. Jamarian Latham out of Pickens County, Alabama, reformed product. Pickens County High School reformed product was able to make the stop. On 2nd down and 6, the Gamecocks will again work from the pistol. Sanders in the backfield behind Sellers. He's got 2 wideouts available. One right, one left, and now 2 more will split from the line and become wideouts to each side as well. They'll bring a man in motion. That's Nick Harbor. They'll go play action, run the option the right side, keeping it, and then sliding down just shy of the first down mark will be Sellers. He's a dangerous runner. 55 carries, 200 yards, not including the sack yardage. Or including the sack yardage, I should say, and 3 touchdowns on the year.
He gave himself up there. Probably could have gotten the first down, but he slid, so now he's 2 yards shy.
He is indeed. You're right. He was going to be very close, but that was a big, costly slide. Could be if they don't convert right here. Empty set as he'll look. Quarterback draw, and he's going to be stacked up, and he is going to be brought down. Alabama answers the bell on 3rd down as the Tide stinger linebacker Deontay Lawson, and also helping out on the play, I believe, was Tim Keenan III.
Well, it was just a 4-man rush. South Carolina wanted to throw the ball, but it was a 4-man rush, and we were able to get home and close up those running lanes once Lenoris tried to step up into the pocket.
I think it was Tim Smith that may have gotten there. My mistake, as the deep man for Alabama will be Cole Adams, waiting on the punt from Kai Kroger, the senior, a 5th-year player out of Lake Forest, Illinois. A left-footed wobbly kick away from Adams. It will be fielded on a second hop, and he almost had to do that to save Alabama an additional 5 yards, but he does get out of bounds around the 16 or 17 following a 43-yard punt from Kroger. Timeout on the field. We've got 8:18 to go in the opening quarter of action. Alabama set to begin its second possession offensively, working with a 7-0 lead on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Hey, Alabama fans! With 15 stores across Alabama and more on the way, Shoe Station is your family's one-stop shop for the footwear brands you know and love. Head into any Shoe Station store and explore our selection of over 30,000 pairs of shoes from top brands like Nike, Hey Dude, Crocs, and so much more. No matter the occasion, Shoe Station has something for everyone. So why wait? Visit Shoe Station today to find your perfect fit.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Barkley makes it easy.
Get ready to rev up your engines and feel the excitement at Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac. We've got the perfect ride to match your style and adventure. Visit us at our showroom at Skyland Boulevard and let our friendly team help you find the vehicle of your dreams. Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, where hometown pride and unbeatable deals collide. Drive with passion with Barkley. Visit us today or check us out online at barkleygmc.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
Hey Bama fans, each Tuesday and Thursday at 2 p.m. Central, join us live for Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR. This live streaming talk show features the latest on Alabama athletics with exclusive conversations with Tide student athletes, coaches, and media members giving their perspective on the Crimson Tide. You can watch on YouTube, Facebook, and X, with all conversations archived as well on the Alabama Insider podcast. Roll Tide with Crimson Drive, driven by NASCAR.
8:18 left to go in this first quarter. A 7-0 lead for Alabama against South Carolina. Today's game presented by BuildSubmarines.com. BuildSubmarines.com serves as the central hub to recruit and train the thousands of workers needed to build and sustain U.S. Navy submarines. At BuildSubmarines.com, we build giants because it takes one to build one. Just a moment ago, the Crimson Tide defense getting a stop when it needed it, and that big-time stop by Bama presented by Truckworks, the official commercial truck dealer of the Crimson Tide. 17 locations all throughout Alabama, Mississippi, and the Florida Panhandle. And Tyler Watts, now we get to see this Crimson Tide offense go back to work.
Yeah, and this is kind of key of setting the tone earlier on, and Damian keeps talking about this, but just keeping that foot on the pedal and not letting up at all. You're not playing against the opponent. You're competing against perfection and the standard that you create.
Alabama in its game last week in Nashville, similar spot on the field. Had a pass deflected into the air and returned for a touchdown after Vandy had taken the opening kick and gone down for a score. Very quickly, it became a 13-0 ball game after a missed PAT. Bama now up 7-0, but back inside their own 15 to begin this drive with Jam Miller in the backfield. Snap goes to Milrose, swings it out, wide receiver screen. Wow, and the most complete tackle we've seen on Ryan Williams this year, as nobody was able to block. Didn't have numbers there, did we, Tyler?
Well, no, we had numbers. Jeremy Bernard just lost contact with the guy that he was defending, and he slipped around the outside.
Demetrius Knight Jr. with the 2-point takedown. For you amateur wrestling fans, that was a quite the form tackle, and got him to the deck in a hurry. So second down and 11 for Alabama. Back around their own 12-yard line. Pistol again for Milroe as they bring a man in motion and will hand it off. Making a man miss was Miller, and he'll fight forward now to the 15-yard line, but it's going to be third down and long upcoming from there. Line of scrimmage, or excuse me, the first down mark is up around the 23. So after about a 2.5-yard gain, you're still looking at 3rd and 8.
And now's when Elijah Pritchett and Caden Proctor are going to have to be careful and make sure they're getting back in and setting up.
Bama 0 for 1 on third downs. They did convert on 4th down on that initial drive. Did that around their own 30-yard line. Pistol again for Milroe with 2 wideouts each side. And Miller in the backfield. Jalen stepping up, looking deep downfield, has a man, but it is beyond the reach of Ryan Williams. Not easy to do, but he overthrew him, and a big reason for that was the pressure coming from the South Carolina defense.
Well, the offensive line did a nice job of holding up. Got beat a little bit on the outside with Pritchard, but he forced the defender up the field, and Jalen was able to step into it. This is a pass where a little separation was created. You want to be able to try to take advantage of those, but this is a look Alabama can come back to.
But they will have to punt here. Is standing right on his own goal line will be the Tide's James Burnham. Very late getting a man deep is South Carolina. Now they'll run 2 men back. Pressure coming. Look out. He just got that one away. And boy, is it a missile. Burnham able to pin this one back around the 20-yard line. What a job. And a flag is down. They probably ran into him there, Tyler.
Yeah, they still have the 5-yard running into the kicker.
66-yard punt from Burnham.
Yep. Personal foul, roughing the kicker. Number 44 on the return team. 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. It is first down.
For the team, boy, are you happy. On a personal level, poor James got popped, and he gets the 66-yarder wiped off the record book. What an effort. But did his job and then some, and that's a sign of what is to come. The pressure looks, and there's going to be a lot of different looks from them in special teams.
You know, there was all kind of miscommunication, though, for South Carolina. They actually dropped both gunners back to try to return that and left our gunner guy completely open. But Burnham with a heck of a punt there. And it was last week, special teams mistakes kept Vandy on the field. Now South Carolina makes an early one. Alabama has to capitalize on it.
2 tight end look with Oots and Dupree. 2 wideouts in tight left. Now they'll split them further to the left side and shift those tight ends over to the right side. Haynes in the backfield, play action to him. Milroe looking, firing left side. Catch is made out of bounds after the grab. Check that, Jeremy Bernard making the grab. That'll be enough for a bank first down, moving the sticks to or beyond the 41-yard line after a 16-yard pickup. 1st and 10 Bama from their own 41.
And Milroe really displayed his arm strength as he threw it all the way across the field, 15 yards downfield. Nice throw by Jalen Milroe.
He's 4 of 5 early in this ball game for 62 yards. Now on 1st and 10, Jalen looking, plenty of time, fires it across the middle. Catch is made Dupree across midfield, down inside the 40-yard line of the Gamecocks. Another bank first down as they'll spot him at the South Carolina 39-yard line. A gain of 20 on the play.
And unfortunately, we do have a flag here.
Wow, that one's back around our 40.
It's right on the line of scrimmage. Hopefully it's offsides.
An eligible player downfield on the offense, number 5. He was covered up and went downfield. That's a 5-yard penalty. It is first down.
So we talk about pre-snap penalties. That's just not aligning properly and understanding if are you on the ball or off the ball, and is a guy inside of you on the ball or off the ball. Got to be better communication, but this is also something that Jalen Miller, the quarterback, has to recognize once he gets to the line of scrimmage.
So much that has to be read, and not always easy to do, as the Tide loses the 20-yard play and now has 1st and 15. Adams in motion to the left side. Handoff goes right up the gut, and it's read well by the South Carolina defense. D-square, what are you seeing?
Yeah, we can't make mistakes like that. Like Tyler said, man, it's just important for the receiver to know, the quarterback needs to know that as well and get everybody lined up, man. Time of possession is very important in this game as much as scoring. We need to make it. We need to own the time of possession so that our opponents cannot make any mistake.
Haynes getting a couple of yards, but it's now 2nd and 13. Empty backfield is, Jam Miller goes in motion to the near side. 1 of 3 to this side of the field. 2 wide outs are left. Milroe gets the pistol snap, fires a quick out left side. That is caught. I believe it's Cuevas who made the grab. It is, and Josh Cuevas makes the catch for, again, a gain of about 5 or 6. O'Donnell Fortune making the stop, setting up a 3rd down and 9 now for the Crimson Tide.
Well, you have to be careful working the middle of the field, but South Carolina is almost inviting Alabama to throw across the middle.
Bama just 1 of 3 on 3rd downs. Again, the empty set, as Milroe will allow Miller to come to the near side of the field.
They're about to bring pressure.
See if the Tide can react well to it. 4 on the play clock. 3 as Milroe gets the snap. Pressure does come, and Bama does not react. And the first sack of the game for the South Carolina defense knocks Milroe back to the 31-yard line. Kyle Kennard and I believe Debo Williams, the linebacker, were the ones who got there to knock him down before there was any chance to get anything going at all for the offense there.
Well, we talked about how difficult Stewart and Kennard are on obvious passing situations there because of the fault of the penalty. Alabama is faced with a 39 situations. They can use that speed and undersized quickness to be able to create some mismatches up front and find their way back to the quarterback.
Beautiful high spiraling punt by Burnham, caught by McDowell inside the 10 and wrapped up at the 11-yard line. Great job in coverage by Alabama, as it was King Mack, reserve defensive back, who made the hit after a 59-yard punt. Once again, a great effort from James Burnham. Timeout on the field. We've got 3:45 to go in quarter number 1. It's a 7-0 Alabama lead over South Carolina. And we are here, and glad you're with us on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy. With only simple ingredients, water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar, or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect's not easy.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Atmore, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Atmore. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey, Alabama fans! With 15 stores across Alabama and more on the way, Shoe Station is your family's one-stop shop for the footwear brands you know and love. Head into any Shoe Station store and explore our selection of over 30,000 pairs of shoes from top brands like Nike, Hey Dude, Crocs, and so much more. No matter the occasion, Shoe Station has something for everyone. So why wait? Visit Shoe Station today to find your perfect fit.
.345 left to go in this first quarter from Tuscaloosa. Alabama with a 7-0 lead against South Carolina. No one gets you closer to the game than SiriusXM SEC Radio. Tune in for news, talk, and analysis from the offseason through the regular season and into the postseason. Got your team covered anywhere you go. Get a free trial at SiriusXM.com/SEC Radio 2024. We go down to our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Damian Square. Damian, what'd you like most about that first series from the Alabama defense?
I like that they found a way to get off the field. Like I said, South Carolina is a team that, kind of rides the wave. If these guys gain momentum or gain confidence, they'll be a hard team to stop. So anytime we can get these guys off the field and put them on the sideline, we must do that.
And just kind of assessing this offensive line play for South Carolina, do you feel that there's some opportunities that this defensive front for Alabama can take advantage of?
There's definitely some opportunities when you have, the young quarterback back there in the backfield. He's kind of taking a long time to read some reads. That's a gift and a curse, because if you let him hang around back there, he might get the ball, to the guy that's wide open, but also that allows, the O-line to give up sacks. So the defensive line definitely need to take advantage of this guy keeping his eyes down the field too long.
Alabama hoping that South Carolina or the Tide defense can take advantage of the poor starting field position for South Carolina. The Gamecocks from their own 10-yard line. Gage, Larvidan, along with Mazio Bennett are your wideouts. Two wide right, Rock Sanders in the backfield. Behind the quarterback, Lenoris Sellers, who operates from the pistol. They bring one of the receivers right side in motion. Little play action look, standing on his goal line, fires a pass that is caught around the 22-yard line. That's a heck of an effort coming back for that football by Vandrevius Jacobs. Jacobs able to make the catch on a pass that was a little bit underthrown with pressure coming in his face.
Well, that's the thing. It was a two-safety look, but they rolled to man coverage and were able to create some separation.
12-yard pickup, first down South Carolina from their own 21 now. They'll go again on the option. They'll throw it to the man right side. That's Bennett who makes the catch, but only for a gain of about a yard, maybe two at best.
Hugh Robinson as well as Keon Sabb doing a nice job of closing in, and it was really Q that came up and cleaned the play up. Sabb was kind of getting pushed back and had some help from the linebacker.
2nd and 8 from the 23, they say. As again from the pistol is Sellers. He will go on the option to the wide receiver who came to the near side. Nice cutback across the 30. Players collide, a big collision as Gage Larvidan is the one who's brought down.
LT Overton slow getting up.
Boy, there were two players for Alabama that met at the point of the running back. It maybe hit each other as hard as they did the ball carrier himself. And that could be a very, very, very dangerous set of circumstances. But thankfully, they appear to be all right as Rock Sanders is in the backfield. Nick Harbor, one of the men who goes wide to the right side. Jacobs comes to the near. They'll hand it off to Sanders. He fights back to the line of scrimmage. They're going to give him a yard maybe on forward progress before Justin Jefferson was there to greet him, but he had a lot of help.
And Carolina pulled the backside guard and tackle around to the right on play side, but there was no push by the Carolina. This Alabama defensive front doing a nice job of limiting the run.
2nd and 9 from just shy of their own 35-yard line. Sellers looking to the South Carolina sideline, getting the signal. Harbor and Jacobs in the wideout spots along with Michael Smith, a freshman from Savannah, Georgia. Snap, going, swings it across the middle, catch is made, getting the first down and more is Smith. Boy, that's a nice run after the catch and a well-designed play that picks up first down yardage for a gain of 15.
So Justin Jefferson was kind of sitting back in zone coverage, and the wide receiver ran right in front of his face and created just enough separation that he couldn't tackle him as he was catching the ball.
Final minute of the first quarter. 52, 51, now 50 seconds and moving left in the opening quarter. 7-0 Alabama, but South Carolina on the move. They're right at midfield. They get the snap on first down. Quarterback draw. They should have drawn something else, as that one nets nothing for Lenoris Sellers. Justin Jefferson there in the backfield to record what will be a 4-yard loss.
Heck of a job by Jefferson of recognizing the hole opening up. He filled immediately, was able to make the tackle for a loss.
3 wideouts, 2 to the left. Single setback Sanders. to the right of Sellers. Clock under 15 seconds to go here in the first quarter. Sellers not in a major rush, although he will have to snap it, or will he? Nope, they're going to let the final 3 seconds of the quarter tick away. There was about a 6-second differential in the play clock and the game clock, and the first quarter does indeed come to a close. Alabama leading at 7-0 as we head to the second here in Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Ever wondered what a 30-foot tall pistachio looks like? A giant redwood or Big Sur? Chevron with Techron will be there to help you see them and tons of other places you have to see to believe. Because with unbeatable mileage and a clean engine, cars feel great. So next time you want to fill up on a little adventure, an awkward family photo, or a new commute to work, make sure to fill up at Chevron's along the way. Your car and your memories will thank you. Chevron with Techron, fueled by possibility.
It takes hard work to be the best in the game. Planning, commitment, resilience, sweat. That's why Old Dominion Freight Line, the #1 national LTL carrier for quality, works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. Old Dominion Freight Line, official freight carrier of Alabama Athletics, helping the world keep promises.
Every Alabama tailgate has food, but when you bring Hellman's to your tailgate, the buffalo chicken dip makes the Crimson Tide drool. That pimento cheese dip isn't just tasty, it's legendary. And the burgers? Those are the tailgate MVPs. With a squeeze of creamy, delicious Hellman's, every bite is a taste touchdown. Hellman's, official mayonnaise of Alabama Athletics.
Time for your Alabama Power Scoreboard update. I'm Brian Houseworth, live at Learfield. 21st-ranked Mizzou leading UMass 14-0 second quarter. Luther Burden a 61-yard touchdown. Ole Miss LSU kickoff at 6:30. 10th-ranked Clemson trailing Wake 7-0. Minutes play in the first quarter. Stanford number 11. Notre Dame coming up today. Let's send you back to Tuscaloosa right now, and Roger.
Thank you so much, Brian. The first quarter recap presented by Knox Pest Control. With over 80 years of experience, Knox Pest Control has been serving the communities of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and North Florida, offering pest control, wildlife control, and lawn care. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit KnoxPest.com. Knox knocks them out. 7-0 lead for the Crimson Tide to begin this game against the South Carolina Gamecocks. Today's game is presented by BuildSubmarines.com. BuildSubmarines.com serves as the central hub to recruit and train the thousands of workers needed to build and sustain U.S. Navy submarines. At BuildSubmarines.com, we build giants because it takes one to build one. We continue live from inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money with Alabama Credit Union, and not only the voice of Crimson Tide football, but men's basketball as well. Chris Stewart. And Chris, right now, men's basketball being honored, just like we saw last night at Coleman Coliseum.
That's right, being presented their final 4 rings, and Mark Sears holding up the West Region Championship trophy, and a huge round of applause for head coach Nate Oates. What an unbelievable job he has done in 5 seasons, starting soon his 6th as the head coach of the Tide. 2 SEC regular season and 2 tournament crowns. Only the 2nd #1 ranking in school history. Actually the 3rd. He's got 2 of them. And also a Final Four berth for the first time in the history of Alabama men's basketball. Payne, Lawson, and Smith, the linebackers, as pressure is on the quarterback for Carolina, and he goes down. Jordan Renaud came in from his bandit spot and recorded the first sack of the game for the Crimson Tide. That is your first Guthrie sack. It's the 11th of the year. That Guthrie's sack count from Guthrie's Golden Fried Chicken Fingers, an Alabama tailgate tradition and an official partner of the Crimson Tide. Pressure coming again. They almost got him, but it's dumped off on a screen pass. They get good yardage across midfield into Bama territory again, but there are flags down well in the backfield. May have been a late hit.
Personal foul, roughing the passer, number 11. Contact above the shoulders, 15-yard penalty results in a first down.
Jahad Campbell guilty of the infraction, as we heard from our referee, Matt Leffler.
You know, in his third in eternity, there's just absolutely no need to do anything.
But it's still tough to hold off, isn't it, Damian?
Yeah, it's very tough to hold off, man. These are some of the penalties that we made down in the red zone last week. Like I said, I want to stop mentioning last week, man, but we got to stop repeating these things, man, at this time.
Allowing the drive to continue as Oscar Attaway III's in the backfield. Pistol formation again for Sellers on a fresh set of downs inside the Bama 35-yard line. Wide outs each side. They will hand it off and gain 3 yards on that play. Getting to the Bama 31. 2nd and 7 upcoming.
Boy, Kane Womack always talks about being multiple in the secondary. That time, because of all the different formation shifts and things, you eventually have Damani Jackson, the cornerback, playing safety.
From the 31, Carolina sending wide outs to the left, 2 of them, 1 to the right. Tight end offset to the left side. Now they bring him in motion to the right. Single setback to the left to the quarterback, who will keep it himself on the option. Sellers, 30, upended around the 27-yard line. Damani Jackson literally sent him head over heels and will set up a 3rd down and long, but it may be Damani who's the worse for wear after that tackle.
Timeout for an injured player.
Not putting any weight on that leg, so it's not a head injury.
But, man, that is tough. Damien, I don't know what your angle was, if you had a better view of what transpired, but that looked tough.
Yeah, it looked like he hit the quarterback low. At first I thought it was a head injury, maybe a head to a knee. Sometimes that can give you a little, ding, but he was limping off the field, so it looked like a lower body injury.
Didn't stay long, but it is a media timeout, or an injury timeout briefly, brought to you by Andrews Sports Medicine and Orthopedic Center. 3rd down upcoming for the Gamecocks. 3rd about 3. They're 0 for 2 on 3rd downs thus far. Facing a 4-man Bama front. Snap. Going to Sellers. Pressure coming. He goes down. Your 2nd sack of the game. Tim Smith wrapped him up there, but he had company.
4-man rush once again. This is just an individual effort by Tim Smith of doing a nice job on the move, and Damian can come back in and explain how this occurred.
Yeah, man, Tim was on the right side. He initially started out bullying the left tackle. It was a little space on the inside between him and the guard. He ended up getting to the quarterback and getting him on the ground, man.
Kind of in between spot. They're going to go for it on 4th and 11 from just outside the Bama 35-yard line. Bama showing pressure again. They'll walk Sellers up to talk things over quickly with the line. Now goes back. Play clock down to 3. It's at 2. He gets the snap at 1. Quick out right side. Bama trying to make a stop, and they do. Shy of the 1st down, the tight end, Joshua Simon. They had to go on the check down, Tyler Watts, and Bama's defense turns away the Gamecocks.
Yeah, way too far for a field goal try there, so they go ahead and roll the dice. Alabama's defensive secondary drops back and forces.
By South Carolina, recovered by Alabama. It's 1st down.
It's Alabama. 1st down either way, big guy.
It is indeed.
Forced the short throw, though, and South Carolina will turn it over.
Officially on the books, it's a takeaway. Takeaway, turn away, doesn't matter. We will take it any day. 12:07 to go, 2nd quarter. Bama still leading South Carolina 7-0 on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Throw a flag before ants, termites, and other pests invade your home by calling Cook's Pest Control. Cook's proven pest control methods and Centricon termite control system protect your home from unwanted pests and are backed by a 110% satisfaction guarantee. Make the right call and call the South's most trusted name in pest control for a free inspection. Cook's Pest Control.
Looky, 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 here comes Cookie, Cook's Pest Control.
Alabama football all season long. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Tide fans, let's take a 30-second time out for a quick mental getaway to Pensacola. Sugar white sands, crystal clear waters, Remember, your perfect getaway is just a short drive away. So hit the road for the ultimate time out from the hustle and bustle. Fresh seafood, stunning sunsets, and relaxing beaches. All waiting for you in Pensacola. Saturdays with the tide and any day with your toes in the sand. That's the way to beach. Plan your getaway at visitpensacola.com.
In football, a triple threat is a player who can do it all. For barbecue, Dreamland is a triple threat. You can dine in, carry out, or let us cater your next event. For the ultimate tailgating experience, nothing beats a rack of legendary Dreamland ribs with your favorite sides. If you got a taste for winning, treat your team to Dreamland. There ain't nothing like 'em nowhere. A proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
12:07 left to go in the second quarter. Alabama with a 7-0 lead against South Carolina. Crimson Tide fans are reminded to stay up to date with all recommended vaccinations. Flu season is here and COVID-19 continues to affect our community, so don't wait. Vaccinate. Visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today to learn more about how you can stay up to date on vaccinations. ADPH is proud to support the Crimson Tide. Once again, we check in with our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Damian Square. And Damian, this is a little bit more of what we saw from the Tide defense in September, maybe giving up some yardage, but ultimately getting off the field without allowing points.
Yeah, finding a way to get to the quarterback. Now we need to play complementary football. We got the offense going back on the field, and if you want to be a championship caliber team, you got to make the opposing team pay for every mistake that they made, including they made a mistake by going for it on fourth down. In our territory, we have to put the ball in the end zone right now.
Caleb Odom in the ball game for Alabama, the freshman from Carrollton, Georgia, 6'5", 227, wears number 18. Also Justice Haynes in the backfield. Tide's got 3 wideouts right, 1 left. Again, the pistol formation for Milroe as they'll bring Ryan Williams in motion to the left side to balance out the receiving numbers. Play clock, still plenty of time. It's at 15, empty set. As Milroe looks left side, connects with Williams, breaks a tackle, gets out of bounds, and every time he touches the football, even if it's a 7-yard gain, Tyler Watts, there is an audible gasp in the stadium wondering what's coming next.
Well, you never know, because the yards after the catch are what are always so impressive with Ryan Williams, but they're a mismatch against a safety, takes advantage.
Haynes gets a handoff, goes up the gut, gets to the 40, gets more, all the way up to the 43-yard line. Another big gain, a first down pickup for Alabama, a gain of about 7. Brailsford and Roberts on the right side of that Bama offensive line opening things up, as unfortunately DeMonte Jackson, it appears, is going to the locker room with the aid of a golf cart, the medical cart taking him to the tunnel as the drive continues for the Alabama offense, operating from there, 43-yard line. Everybody bunched tight left side. Handoff again goes to Haynes, and again Bama runs it effectively between the tackles. Tyler Watts across the 45 to about the 47-yard line. Great to see power football executed well from Alabama.
Well, and it's important for the running backs, but it's equally important for those offensive linemen to not have to worry about where the ball's going. They can just tee off and impose their will there at the line of scrimmage.
Oots and Dupree, the tight ends, to the right side. 2 wideouts are left as we are under 11 minutes to go in the quarter. High pass thrown and almost picked off. It was intended for Williams, really on a... Was that a quick slant, or was that just trying to set a screen up underneath that a pass was high?
It was a slip side screen, a little smoke screen on the backside, but Jalen Milroe had pressure in his face immediately from a blitzing defensive back and had to get rid of the ball over the top, and it fortunately hit the ground.
So a third down play upcoming here. Bama just 1 of 4 on third downs. You got Bernard left, you got Williams right. Actually, 3 wideouts kind of bunched left side as Milroe avoids the rush, rolls the pocket left, squares his shoulders, but then gets taken to the turf, back around the 36-yard line. Demetrius Knight Jr. didn't buy a fake from Milroe, just locked in on him and records the 2nd sack of the game for that South Carolina defense, and they stopped what had been a very promising drive for the Crimson Tide.
Well, it was Elijah Pritchett that got beat on the right side again, and I believe that it was Kyle Denard just absolutely ran by got by him, forced Milroe to his left, and unfortunately there was no receivers working that area of the field.
Juju McDowell back around his own 10-yard line as James Burnup is on to punt. He had a 66-yarder wiped off the board with a penalty on South Carolina, then followed it with a 59-yarder. This one, another high spiraling kick that will hit inside the 20. It takes a Bama roll. It's going to be fielded and down at the 12-yard line, or tackled at the 12-yard line, was McDowell. Another very effective punt from James Burnup. That one covers 53 yards. At Damien Square, the last drive looked promising, and then it fizzled out.
Yeah, they had an extra guy on the edge. They presented a blitz pitcher to Elijah Pritchett, and then the guy dropped out in coverage, and he kind of squeezed down. It was a communication issue, man. Hopefully they can get that together.
From the 12-yard line, South Carolina will come from the sideline directly to the line of scrimmage, and their quarterback, Lanaris Sellers, will operate as usual from the pistol formation. 2 wideouts to each side. He's got a single setback, and Oscar Hadaway III, who is behind him now in the pistol set. They've got a tight end offset to the right side. Bama showing pressure, now backs off, and there's movement from South Carolina's offensive front. Just a little bit of movement there. D Square threw that offensive line off a little bit.
False start. Offense, number 75. 5-yard penalty. First down.
Kason Henry, who is the man who kind of flinched at that look, Tyler Watts.
Yeah, and sometimes when that defensive front just moves from one gap to another, you can get a little antsy there on that offensive line. Fortunately, that's going to set South Carolina back 5.
Thank you for the pickup, Roger Hoover. It's actually Robbie Ashford, the Hoover native, who is in at quarterback now for the Gamecocks. Quarterback draw. The Auburn transfer picks up good yardage across the 15-yard line. That'll set up a second down at about 4 upcoming after Jahad Campbell made the stop. We had we saw a lot of Ashford during his time at Auburn. Threw for 337 yards last year for the Tigers against LSU, or 2 years ago, actually. He'll keep it himself, breaks one tackle left side, changes direction, gets back near the line of scrimmage, and maybe a tad bit more, but it's going to be 3rd down and still about 3 upcoming. Keon Sabb made the hit for the Crimson Tide.
Looks like we're going to have a hold against South Carolina.
We'll take it.
But that really illustrates how elusive.
Holding. Offense, number 7. 10-yard penalty.
Roll time.
Half the distance. Penalty. Replay, second down.
But in traffic, Robbie Ashford is so difficult to bring down because he's slippery. He can make guys miss with just a little subtle movement. And you saw it took 3 or 4 defenders for Alabama to be able to bring him down.
So second down at about 12 from inside the Gamecock 10-yard line. Ashford getting the snap, has time, dumps it off to the running back, who makes the grab and gets across the 10 to about the 12-yard line. Attaway made the catch, but Devontae Smith from the Husky position made the stop.
He's the one that forced it up. He pressed outside leverage, forced the ball carrier to go back inside where he had help.
So 3rd and 9+ upcoming here. Gamecocks on 4 attempts have not converted a first down. Sellers comes back in, more the true passer at quarterback. Gets the snap, looking downfield, pressure coming. They stagger him, but don't get him to the deck. He'll look downfield. He's got a man, and it is incomplete. Hallelujah. Man. We went from glory to almost gory really, really quick right there as the missed sack almost turned into a touchdown. L.T. Overton was the man breathing down, not the neck, but the face of Sellers. Couldn't wrap him up, and thankfully for Alabama, he overthrew a wide-open receiver down the right sideline.
Woo. Tough to bring down, though. He has great balance back in the pocket, and as you mentioned, we had 2 or 3 guys get hands on him, and none of them were able to bring him down.
Cole Adams waiting around midfield on the punt from the left-footed Kai Kroger, and this one will hit, check up, and go out of bounds up around the 33-yard line. A good punt from Kroger. as we've come to a media timeout. 54 yards, the specialists from both sides putting on a show. 8:10 is the time left, second quarter. Still a 7-0 Alabama lead over South Carolina. We're in Tuscaloosa, Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium, and this is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of beach and turned it into a proving ground. The great American race, where year after year, greatness is the destination. So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition. The Daytona 500, February 16th, 2025. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
Get ready to rev up your engines and feel the excitement at Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac. We've got the perfect ride to match your style and adventure. Visit us at our showroom at Skyland Boulevard and let our friendly team help you find the vehicle of your dreams. Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, where hometown pride and unbeatable deals collide. Drive with passion with Barkley. Visit us today or check us out online at barkleygmc.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
I'm Cole Adams.
And I'm Jeremy Bernard. We are all excited to enjoy the energy of Bryant-Denny Stadium this fall, but viruses that cause respiratory diseases are still prevalent in our communities.
Vaccination against these viruses is very important for everyone, and especially for those who are at a higher risk of developing serious complications, including older Americans and those with certain medical conditions.
For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today.
Stay safe and roll Tide.
8:10 left to go before halftime. Alabama with a 7-0 lead against the South Carolina Gamecocks. Across the conference is presented by Homewood Suites. The next time we'll be at home will be against the Missouri Tigers coming up on October 26th in 2 weeks. And right now, Missouri, good showing to this point in Amherst, Massachusetts, with a 21-0 lead over UMass. That game just under 9 minutes left to go before halftime up at UMass. But again, it will be Alabama against Missouri coming up in a couple of weeks. And right now, Missouri up with a 21-0 lead against UMass. Tyler Watts, what do you want to see from the Crimson Tide offense here?
I want to see us get to midfield and take a shot. I want to find a way to get Ryan Williams or Jeremy Bernard on one of these safeties and find a way to get them in open field for an explosive play.
Crimson Tide and the Gamecocks will resume second quarter action after we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Jam Miller in the backfield to the left of Jalen Milroe, who operates from the pistol. Ryan Williams and Caleb Odom, wideouts deep. Two wideouts right, including the tight end, C.J. Dupree. He'll come in motion. Snap goes to Milroe, swings it out. He's got Miller. He's got a first down and more. Boy, that is beautiful there. Little swing pass to Miller out of the backfield as Bama had somewhat vacated the right side of the formation.
Well, it's the wide receiver play of making sure that they're layering and preventing the flow of the defensive linebackers and backs to be able to follow Jam Miller. That's what allows him to get open on the edge.
13-yard pickup, a bank first down. Alabama brings the tight end to the left side, joining two wideouts. Again, Miller in the backfield with Milroe. Hands it off to Jam. He works forward. A gain of about 8 on that play. Second and short upcoming now from South Carolina territory.
Listen, the South Carolina edge defenders are so good at getting upfield. And right now, Alabama's just saying, fine, go upfield. Take yourself out of the play. We're going to run it right up the middle.
Trip stacked to the right side. Hand off an easy one to Miller. He works forward. He fights off a tackle. He gets to the 40-yard line, and he picks up another bank first down as a more physical running Alabama team having some success. That's 6 more yards on the ground.
Yeah, something we really hadn't seen all season long, simply because of how explosive that they've been able to be. But this is good for the offensive line as well.
Trips left in Williams, Bernard, and Odom. The running back once against Jam Miller. Bernard goes to the right side in motion. Stops there as the quarterback keep by Milroe. breaks the tackle, gets inside the 30, 20, 15, and he says, that's enough. I'll get out of bounds at the 12 as the defender had the angle on him. That's a smart move. Eamon Wari was closing in from his free safety slot, and after a 28-yard pickup, Jalen goes, I ain't going to be greedy.
Well, one of the toughest things is ball transfer from right arm to left arm. You don't always want to do it when you're running full speed for the sake of you potentially might put it on the ground unless you practice it a lot. Would have been nice to see him transfer it over to the left, though, and give a stiff arm and walk it in for a touchdown.
Justice Haynes leaves an empty set as he goes wide to the right side, joining Ryan Williams. Now it will be the receiver going right. Here's Milroe. Quarterback keep. Slips down shy of the 7-yard line. And Jalen, thankfully, will hop to his feet. Looked like he just lost his footing as he was maybe trying to stop and plant for a second. But that was a designed quarterback keep the whole way.
It did a nice job with the motion also. That held the linebackers with the jet motion sweep. And then once again, inside the 10-yard line, Alabama loves to pull guards as lead blockers for Jalen Milroe.
Haynes goes wide right, joining Oots and Bernard to that side of the formation. Williams wide left. Now here comes Bernard to the left. An empty set for the quarterback, Jalen Milroe. Two tight ends shift to the right side. Milroe keeps it himself, gets a pulling guard, gets inside the 5, gets down to about the 3 before he gets stacked up there. Going to be close to a first down, and in fact it is. First and goal, Alabama, deep inside that Chick-fil-A red zone, now at the Gamecock 3.
Boy, Elijah Pritchett did a nice job of arc releasing and got a pancake block to kind of set the tone on that play.
So now Alabama operating right at the 3-yard line. Williams breaks the huddle and goes wide right. Yeah, we actually huddled. To the left side is Bernard. Now he'll go in motion to the right. Handoff will go up the middle. Justice Haynes gets to the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. 4:38 remaining in the second quarter. Now 13-0 Bama. Caden Proctor running interference for Justice Haynes out of Buford, Georgia.
I love how physical Alabama is being on the offensive side of the football right now. They understand South Carolina has some advantages on 3rd and long situations, so we don't want to get in those positions. They're running the ball between the tackles. They're doing it physically. This offensive line is putting a hat on a hat, and the backs are running very aggressively.
Nicholson on to try another extra point. Burnett waiting on the snap from Nealon Hibbett. First 2 are good. Third is perfect as well, and Alabama able to cap that scoring drive. 7 plays, 67 yards, 332. That scoring drive brought to you by the Brombergs. Forever Mark Diamond. That scoring drive pleasant to recap as Bama leads it by 2 scores now here in the first half on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Like a bold cigar on the 3rd Saturday in October, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Roll Tide fans, this is Roger Hoover. Join me and former Alabama linebacker Corey Reamer each Monday night at 6 p.m. for Crimson Tide Rewind, presented by the Alabama Department of Public Health. Live from Baumhower's Victory Grill in Vestavia Hills, we'll rewind the last Bama game, plus take your calls, and look ahead to next Saturday for the Tide and the rest of the SEC. Crimson Tide Rewind, each Monday at 6 p.m. across the Crimson Tide Sports Network.
This season, don't let your home comfort fumble. Brown Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical is a proud partner of Alabama football and has been delivering the highest standards in home comfort across Birmingham for over 60 years. If you're looking for a great team and elite service from a quality company that cares, you can't miss with Brown in Birmingham. Score big this fall with Brown Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Visit brownheatingandcooling.com/specials to save on your next service. Roll Tide.
4:38 left to go in the second quarter. Alabama now leads 14-0 over South Carolina. This fall, reach for Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon or Evan Williams 1783 Small Batch on game day. Evan Williams Bourbon is a proud partner of the Crimson Tide. Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon Whiskey, Bardstown, Kentucky, 43 to 45% alcohol by volume, 21 plus. Think wisely and drink wisely. We check in with our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter Damian Square. And Damian, huge series coming up for the defense, but also nice to see Alabama run the football like we just saw on that last drive.
Man, it's big to put a drive like that together, man. Like I said, the SEC is a tough conference, man, and anytime your defense is playing the way that they're playing today without, letting the offense put points on the board, you got to return the favor by creating separation, man. Right now we got 14 points. Hopefully we can get 21 before halftime, man.
Tide trying to sustain some momentum, really, from what we've seen on the defensive side of the football, as well as some nice sustained drives offensively as well. Connor Talty to kick it off from our right to our left. Another good kick that will sail into the end zone and over the head of Juju McDowell, the Bainbridge, Georgia native. Has not, thankfully, been able to return one yet, at least not with any success. And now the Crimson Tide will see the Gamecocks start their drive again from their own 25-yard line.
Well, on the previous possession, although he had hands on the quarterback, he was able to extend the play, and that's what Robbie Ashford can do. And you were a step away from this being a one-possession game right now, so you cannot let up if you're the defensive side.
Rock Sanders in the backfield, joining the quarterback, Lenoris Sellers, who so far in this one is 6 of 8, but for only 62 yards. Play action, looking, plenty of time. Now a force out of the pocket, rolls right. Looks like he wants to run. Instead, he dumps it off to, I believe, the tight end. No, that was the running back Sanders who made the grab. Turned out to be a nice gain of about 5 yards, all things considered.
Yeah, Justin Jefferson was in coverage. He did a really nice job of not committing to the quarterback. He stayed back, but he just couldn't help himself, and he tried to close the gap while Sellers was still behind the line of scrimmage.
Even better than I thought it was. They give him 7 on that play as the handoff goes to Sanders. He's going to be close to the first down, and he does indeed push forward and get to the 36-yard line. Malachi Moore, the graduate transfer from Trussville, Alabama, making the stop there. Actually, they spot him at the 37. So a first down for Carolina from there. 2 wideouts. Bunch left. Now they bring one to the slot near side. Play action, looking down the seam, nothing there. Rolling the pocket left. They'll dump it off to Sanders, who slipped and fell back at the 40-yard line. So that'll be a gain of only about 3 yards. Looked like they were going to get about 6 or more.
Well, Alabama being very conservative on the defensive side, playing a lot of zone right now, forcing these checkdowns. And Sellers is more than happy to take them and just move the chains or move the sticks 4 or 5 yards at a time.
Only give him 3, as they say he is down right around the 40. Sellers looking, quick slant, catch made, stretching forward, and to the first down mark was Nick Harbor, the Washington, D.C. native, a 6'5 sophomore boy, 6'5", 235. That's a good-sized target.
Yeah, we brought the pressure that time. That cleaned up the field of vision for Sellers. He hit the little slant route to move the chains.
2 wideouts right, 1 left. Bama going again with a 4-man front. They will hand it off right up the middle, and they'll fight forward for about 4 yards. I believe that was Sanders again. Not certain yet. It was Raheem Sanders as Lawson and Russaw combined on the hit for the Crimson Tide. Checking out of the game for Alabama, I believe was Keenan. I'm not sure. Quarterback keep, right side. Sellers trying to get to the edge, does. Inside the Bama 45 and finally out of bounds, but not until he gets almost to the 37-yard lines. Move the sticks again for another South Carolina first down, a gain of 16 yards on that play, Tyler.
Man, that's probably the last play before the 2-minute timeout as well, but Devontae Smith was out there on the perimeter. He had the play stopped and just allowed him to get to the outside.
That is the 2-minute timeout.
So the 2-minute timeout gives us a break as well. 14-0, Alabama leading, but South Carolina on the move. They will have it from the Alabama 37 and a fresh set of downs here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up. Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane? Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I'm Cole Adams.
And I'm Jeremy Bernard. We are all excited to enjoy the energy of Bryant-Denny Stadium this fall, but viruses that cause respiratory diseases are still prevalent in our communities.
Vaccination against these viruses is very important for everyone, and especially for those who are at a higher risk of developing serious complications, including older Americans and those with certain medical conditions.
For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today.
Stay safe and roll Tide.
2 minutes until halftime in Tuscaloosa. Alabama leads South Carolina by a 14-0 score. Coming up, once those 2 minutes are complete, we will have the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. Bama fans, after another Alabama victory, drop by and celebrate at Full Moon Barbecue. Now with 16 locations, there's always one near you. It's the best little pork house in Alabama. Again, join us coming up in 2 minutes for the Full Moon Barbecue halftime report. Gamecocks with the football on the Crimson Tide 37-yard line. And as we check in with our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter, Damian Square. Damian, what can Alabama do to really disrupt the rhythm for USC quarterback Lenore Sellers? So far, he's 9 of 11 passing for 80 yards.
Well, they got to get him on the ground when they can, man. He had a few times where he kept his eyes down the field too long, spent about 5 to 7 seconds in the backfield, and anytime your secondary can do that, man, you've got to find a way as a front to get the quarterback on the ground and not let him extend down. So right here, man, we got to find a way to keep these guys out of field goal range and make it a long try or, hold them to a punt.
Well, right now, South Carolina, though, and Lenora Sellers is getting rid of the football quickly before that pressure has an opportunity to get him. South Carolina not really trying to push the ball down the field. I think we've only seen 1 or 2 deep throws all day long. Very content hitting the check downs to 5-6 yard routes, trying to move the ball down methodically, mixing in some good runs as well. So tall task here for this Alabama defense, but have to force either a punt and or a field goal opportunity.
You look at what they've done in that regard this year. Alex Herrera, a 6th-year senior from Columbia, South Carolina. He's only 7 of 10, or he is 7 of 10, I should say, on field goals this year, but his longest for his career is only 46 yards. He had that earlier this season against Old Dominion. So, again, they've got some work to do to get in the range they would really be comfortable with for him, but they're not too terribly far from that at the moment as they operate from the Alabama 37-yard line. You got Tim Smith, Damon Payne, and also L.T. Overton along that front. The title walk, Quay Russaw, the Wolf linebacker, up to join him there as well. Empty set, 3 wideouts available. Quarterback draw, trying to bounce to the edge, tripped up, stays on his feet, then gets run out of bounds. That is a nice job by Alabama collectively along that defensive side. It was Xavier Mincy, the DB, who finally, I think, wrapped him up last.
Yeah, but I think it was L.T. Overton that originally, when he wanted to go up in the middle of the field, forced him to the outside, and then he had chased by several other defenders all the way to the edge for just a 2-yard gain.
2nd down and 8. 1:54 left to play in this first half. Sanders in the backfield with a quarterback, Sellers, who gets the snap. Pressure coming from behind, ducks, throws it up, and it's going to be incomplete. He put it up where anybody had a shot at it. It was over the head of the intended recipient, Sanders, but also there with him step for step was Bama's Quay Russaw.
And it was actually Malachi Moore who came with the pressure package and initially forced the ball loose and then came back around, tried to strip it away, and then came back and almost made the sack.
3rd down and 8 upcoming right at the Bama 35-yard line. 1:48 and still holding on the game clock after the incompletion. 3 wideouts to the left side. They get the snap, they set up the screen, and it's busted up. Oh, what a play from Alabama defensively. Jalen Mbakwe cutting the legs out from under the receiver.
First charge timeout, Alabama.
Timeout called by
Please
Bama,
reset the game clock.
boy, what a hit there that busted up the freshman, making his presence felt.
Hey, man, that's the next man up mentality, man. If you want to have a great defense, your depth chart got to be deep. And by the play that was made by number 9 right there, we got some depth on our depth chart, man. That's big time. Roll Tide.
Next man up for Bama, next man down for South Carolina, because he took him out.
And we've been talking about this all year, how the defensive backs especially have been rotating in. On the previous play, you have Xavier Minson. We hadn't seen a ton of him. He makes a stop. And then now, as you mentioned, you have Jalen Mbakwe come in. His defender, that offensive wide receiver is trying to put the stop block on him. He blows right past him for a big loss there. Another 4th and long opportunity for South Carolina to keep this drive going.
It may tell you, if you're the cynic, that Bama doesn't have total dominance in terms of starting guys, but on the positive, you got a lot of guys that are playing their way into opportunities and planning on a deep, long season that the Tide hopes would result in a playoff berth. Let's see what happens here on 4th and long for the Gamecocks. They'll look towards the end zone. There's a man there. He's wide open. It's busted coverage, and it goes for 6 for the Gamecocks in Mazio Bennett Jr. and Tyler Watts. It was just an absolute, totally blown coverage by Alabama right there.
It was that, and it was all day as well for Sellers to sit in the pocket. Anytime that you just go with a 4-man rush, you want to try, anytime you have a young quarterback, try to confuse the picture as quickly as possible and get him a little flustered, get that clock going quicker than it actually is. But against a zone concept, you have 4 or 5 seconds, you're going to find an open receiver.
So the touchdown by Bennett, his 3rd of the season. The extra point attempt is up, and it's good by Herrera. And the Gamecocks get a big touchdown with 1:37 to go here in the first half. On a 4th and 9, they find pay dirt for the first time today and for the first time in 3 ball games. Last week, they dropped a 27-3 decision to Ole Miss. It's not since they put up 50 on Akron that they had found the end zone back on September 21st. But that's a big score, not just this drive, but for the game as a whole.
Yeah, we talked about it. They get the ball coming out at halftime, which is why with 1:37, unfortunately, if you are going to give up points, you would have preferred it to happen quickly. Plenty of time here on the clock for Alabama to try to answer in some way.
You do have 2 timeouts available, and this has been a quick strike offense late in first half situations.
So one thing you have to be conscious of is the edge pressures that are going to come off the line of scrimmage for South Carolina. Jalen Miller is going to have to step up into the pocket, get rid of the ball quickly.
D-Square, what do you got?
Hey, man, it's way too much talent in college football these days to have a guy sitting in the backfield that long, man. That is a sin. We'll allow that to happen all year, man. We're going to watch the ball go over our head, man. We got to find a way to get off the football field in those situations.
Father, forgive us for what we did as the kickoff sails into the end zone. And it will be Bama football from the 25, but there is a flag down around the 29 of Alabama. See who this one's going to be on. Carolina reacting as though it's against the Tide. See if they're correct in that assessment. They're still pointing that way, although we haven't heard from Matt Leffler just yet.
After the play was over, personal foul, number 10, late hit. Half the distance to the goal. It'll be first down.
Frustrating, annoying, disappointing as Emmanuel Henderson. Can't be right. They said number 10.
Correction, that's half the distance. It'll be first down.
It wasn't Emmanuel Henderson Jr. either, because he was wearing number 3 as the return man. The only number 10 listed is backup quarterback Austin Mack.
Pretty sure it wasn't him.
Yeah, I would be a little surprised if our reserve quarterback was hitting anybody in kickoff return. but nonetheless, it's a penalty on somebody. Back to the Bama 13-yard line is where they begin the drive with 1:37 to go in the half. Milroe forced out of the pocket, and he flips it out. That's going to be a safety. Or is it not? He was out of...
No, I don't know. There was no
receiver there.
It's going to be a safety.
I think you're right. I'd be calling for one on the other side.
Intentional grounding on the offense, number 4. That penalty was in the end zone, therefore it results in a safety.
Boy, the last 2 plays have totally flipped the momentum of this ball game. Alabama went from being up 14-0 and looking as though they were to get possession back. Instead, South Carolina gets a conversion for a touchdown on a busted coverage by the Tide. A mistake made with a dead ball penalty. And then a sack in the end zone, intentional grounding, in essence, that results in 2 more points for the Gamecocks. It's now 14-9. And oh, by the way, they're going to get the ball right now with 1:28 to go in the half, plus getting it first to begin the third quarter. Other than that,
and what South Carolina do is just a 3-man rush, and then they brought the 4th defender late. They were trying to force Jalen Milroe to roll right. He bought the bait, so to speak. He bit onto it, and that's exactly where the defender was waiting for him. He had nowhere to go. He's got to step up with the ball in that situation and or throw it away, especially in a 2-minute deal.
Burnett will punt it away from the 20. That is going to hit at about the 33. It's a live ball, and it is going to be picked up by South Carolina and returned to the 40-yard line. A flag is down. Bama may have gone off sides on that play. Tell you what, that punt checking
offside
up was huge.
On the kicking team, number 13. That penalty be forced from the end of the run. First down.
More self-inflicted wounds by Alabama. That is now the 4th penalty for 37 yards as they call off sides, I believe, on Malachi. Yep, it's the only number 13 we've got. Always hesitant on special teams to make a call on a number because we have so many doubles, but yeah, only one, and that's Malachi, who's guilty of the infraction there. So, South Carolina with the ball, momentum, 1:24 to operate with in possession at their own 43-yard line. Looking, Sellers fires it near side and getting to the boundary. Stopping the clock briefly as the connection was with Josh Simon, tight end, another 6-year player, a transfer from Kentucky, or Western Kentucky, I should say. 2nd and 5 after the pickup. Only 4 seconds went off the game clock. Sellers across the middle, catch is made, first down gained to the Bama 45. That's Rock Sanders who made the grab, and they will stop the clock long enough to move the sticks. Justin Jefferson making the hit for Alabama. They're at the Tide's 44-yard line. Four-man front for Alabama, as Sellers will look downfield. Plenty of time, pressure coming from the back, unloads the football. That is going to be a fumble, and Bama says they have it, and they do. Takeaway for the Tide. Keanu Coote recovering the fumble after Jahad Campbell knocked it away, and the Crimson Tide will have it. I'm sure they're going to review this, though.
Rolling on the field is a fumble recovered by Alabama for a first down.
He absolutely was making an attempt to throw the football. The question is, did his arm come forward at all?
Here's the thing. I believe it went forward, but not forward down the field. I think he was spun around, maybe he threw it backwards.
And as he was going forward with his motion, it actually hit his own helmet.
Yeah.
And if he still had possession with the ball, when it made contact with his helmet, this has got to be a fumble.
The previous play is under further review.
That review, or this review, I should say, brought to you by today's game sponsor as well, Build Submarines. buildsubmarines.com. At buildsubmarines.com, we build giants because it takes one to build one.
And I was wrong. It was actually Jamarian Latham's helmet that he hit as the ball was coming forward. But I still think that ball was in his hands.
Either way, Tyler, I don't think the throw went forward, or I'm not sure how you're going to be able to see that it was. That's just a fumble. Yeah, he's trying to stop it, isn't he, Damian?
Yeah, that's a fumble. He was, even if he was throwing the ball forward, he wasn't even facing his goal line. And I don't even think he was throwing the ball forward. The ball came out of his hand.
Yeah.
Even the reaction after the ball came out of his hand, you can tell it's a fumble. You can always look at the quarterback's reaction.
Boy, what a change of events that would be, right? And both offensive coordinators talked about how sloppy the last previous plays were.
Still sorting it out. Again, Bama had this one not firmly in control, but at least in a good spot. Faced with a 14-0 advantage and maybe ready to take over on downs, but instead South Carolina converts a 4th and long, turns it into a touchdown. And on the first play from scrimmage after the kickoff, the Tide called for intentional grounding from their own end zone. That's a safety.
I just don't like how long it's taken.
Yeah,
if it's our ball, then give it to us. Almost like they're trying to figure out where the ball should be.
You're right. Normally this much time, this is more of a line of scrimmage situation, which I guess could be a factor either way. Whether it stays Bama possession or it belongs to the Gamecocks.
After review, the ruling on the field stands. It's a fumble.
That means we couldn't tell. Not enough to overrule it.
They listened to us 5 minutes ago. We'd be at halftime by now.
Absolutely.
48 seconds to go. You got the ball at the 47-yard line.
2 timeouts.
Plenty of time to work with. Understand where you are. Understand the pocket is your friend. Stepping towards the line of scrimmage, you will never get in trouble.
Justice Haynes in the backfield. Bama with a bunched formation initially, but let's see if they change that before everybody gets set. They will send 3 wide right, 2 left. Empty set for Milroe. Gets the snap. Quarterback draw. Nowhere to go, and he is down right at the 44-yard line. Alabama's got to burn a timeout right there.
And I think that this is one where Alabama wanted to take a shot. They had Ryan Williams exactly lined up into the slot against Nick Imamora. And that's the look that they want. Unfortunately, though, because of the wide pressures and the twisting that's going on up front, he said, I'm going to eat it versus taking a sack.
Quick timeout here. Only the 32nd variety. And so with 1 timeout still in their hip pocket, Alabama will come to the line of scrimmage with 44 seconds remaining before halftime and trying to add to a 14-9 lead. Oh, it would be so big to get points. Again, South Carolina will get the ball first to begin the second half. Milroe claps his hands, gets the snap. Pressure coming, steps up, wrapped up, goes down again. I'll ask an elementary question as Hemingway gets credit for the sack. Why can't we stop him?
Just got beat on the inside, and anytime you have pressure coming up the middle, there's nowhere for a quarterback to go. You're definitely not going to escape to the edges. And that was just getting beat. Jaden Roberts just got beat on the inside.
Alabama's 1 of 5 on 3rd downs, and They're not going to snap it. Actually going to burn the final timeout with 10 seconds to go to avoid the delay of game penalty. Kalen DeBoer calling his team over to huddle up and talk things over. I know it's easy to go, all right, why are we not hurrying to the line of scrimmage? That's my initial thinking as well, Tyler. But I think Kalen DeBoer is thinking more big picture. Let's don't make another mistake right here and make sure we're all on the same page.
You talked about it earlier. The Beamers love special teams. They're trying to force a punt right here. So you want to run this thing down as low as possible. Try to make this one of the last plays of this half.
If not the last play of the half, is, again, Carolina does have 3 timeouts left. Alabama just used their last one. 11 seconds remaining, they say now, putting one more tick on the clock. Milroe, play action with time, looking downfield, and it is picked off. Horrible pass picked off, and he's got an escort down the sidelines. Thankfully, pushed out of bounds on a great hustling play. It was Jalen Kilgore who got the pick, and I couldn't tell which of Bama's linemen got there. It may have been Jaden Roberts. I'm not sure if it was Caden Proctor.
Please, 1 second.
They put a second on the clock, which means that Carolina is going to get a chance at a field goal that'll be no more than 38 yards on the attempt.
Tried to force it to Cole Adams on an out route, and it was zone coverage. There's no reason to throw that ball at all. There's Caden Proctor that forced him out of bounds. Thank goodness he was hustling from that left side. Yeah.
He may have stepped out of bounds before contact, but the reason he stepped out of bounds, he saw big number 74 had an angle on it. So here comes the the field goal try from 37 yards. Far hash, kick is up, and the kick is good. Herrera boots it through. And with a flurry finish to the first half, South Carolina has made this a 14-12 ball game. Alabama still with a lead, but the Gamecocks will get it first to begin the third quarter, and all the momentum on their side as well, Tyler Watts.
Yeah, not a way that you wanted in this half. You had ball in hand up 14-0. You allowed a score on 4th and 9, and then you get the safety. Now the interception. You have allowed South Carolina to hang around exactly what you didn't want to do, but now you have to regroup. You got to pull your britches up and get back to work.
Kalen DeBoer talking with television at the moment, and in just a second he will be joining our Damian Square, our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter. In fact, Coach is making his way to Damian now.
How you doing, Coach? Hey, your team has been struggling to play complementary football. What are you telling these guys at halftime?
Well, yeah, I mean, we got to make our own breaks, right? We got to make our own breaks, and we had some unfortunate things there. I mean, guys are playing hard. They don't hear, there's no whistle or don't hear a whistle, and things stacked on top of themselves. I trust our guys to be aggressive and go make a play here, try to make the calculated risks. Obviously, that couple of them have backfired on us. We got to control the line of scrimmage, stay and run pass options, which we did most part until the last 2 drives. Then they got to their strength and they pinned their ears back and got after us a little bit.
All right, Coach, good luck. Thank you.
Thank you, D. Thank you to Coach DeBoer as well, and thank you to T-Mobile. They bring us Coach DeBoer at the half. Stay connected to the latest Crimson Tide action with T-Mobile's 5G coverage. 14-12 is our score. Alabama still leading it at the break, but the Gamecocks closing in. All the halftime numbers coming your way in a moment. Stay with us here on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024, Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
When the game is on the line, you want someone you can count on. At Alabama Power, we believe in consistency and having each other's back. It's our game plan to safely deliver the electricity you depend on. We give 100% to achieve 99.9% reliability. Learn how we power a better Alabama at alabamapower.com/reliable. Alabama Power is a proud supporter of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota, let's go places. Lease a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 LE Hybrid for $359 a month for 36 months. Offer valid through November 4th, 2024. Well-qualified lessees with approved credit through Southeast Toyota Finance. $36.58 due at signing. No security deposit with select equipment. $350 disposition fee. Excludes tax, tag, registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
This is the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little porkhouse in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Tackle game day with a great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Try and decide. Golden Flake, the official potato chip of the Alabama Crimson Tide. Cadence Bank, your team, your cadence. Barkley GMC, Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealership today. Toyota, let's go places.
At halftime from Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium, Alabama leads South Carolina 14-12. Welcome to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. I'm Roger Huber. The game stats and facts are brought to you by Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Crimson Tide with the 2-point edge. Alabama outscored South Carolina 7-0 in the first quarter, but the Gamecocks outscoring the Crimson Tide 12-7 in the second quarter to make it a 2-point game. So far in this ballgame, Jalen Milroe, Alabama quarterback, 8 for 11 passing for 100 yards, no touchdowns. Leading rusher, Justice Haynes, 6 carries for 21 yards and a touchdown. Top receiver to this point, Jeremy Bernard, Ryan Williams, both with 2 catches. Bernard with 42 yards. Williams just 7 yards on his catches. No receiving touchdowns so far in this game. Coming up, we'll have the Domino's Drive for Dough. It's presented by your locally owned and operated Domino's in Tuscaloosa. If Bama scores on the first drive of the second half, Sharon Stinson will win a gift card for the amount of yards in the scoring drive. Enter to win on RolledTide.com's contest page to be the next Domino's Drive for Dough winner. In football, there's always a winner and a loser, but when it comes to Great Southern Barbecue, there's only one winner. Full Moon Barbecue, voted one of America's top 10 barbecue joints, and now with 16 locations to serve you. You're listening to the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Up next, Brian Houseworth back at our studios will provide an Alabama Power scoreboard update. Once again, the score in Tuscaloosa at halftime. Alabama 14, South Carolina 12. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Coke Zero Sugar. Could I be the best Coke ever? Listen closely. Hear those bubbles? That mouth-watering waterfall? Delicious. Ice cold. And zero sugar. Is Coke Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Try and decide.
Hi, this is Coach DeBoer. Tackle game day with the great taste of Coke Zero Sugar. Is it the best Coke ever? Try and decide. Roll Tide.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Crimson Tide football lives here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Wetumpka, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Wetumpka. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
If you hear the words, "you have cancer," know you're not alone. At DCH's Lewis and Fay Manderson Cancer Center, we provide cancer care close to home with comprehensive services in a friendly, relaxed atmosphere. West Alabamians diagnosed with cancer have access to our state-of-the-art facility, highly skilled staff, and the most advanced equipment available. And if needed, our inpatient cancer care unit is right next door at DCH Regional Medical Center. Learn more at dchsystem.com/cancer.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Alabama. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university. Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Been a pleasant good afternoon, my friends, across the great state of Alabama and the southeastern United States. I'm Brian Helsworth, live at Learfield, brought to you by Alabama Power. It's a proud supporter of the Crimson Tide, and it's power for a better Alabama. Number 7, Alabama, leading South Carolina right now, 14-12 at the half. Your halftime highlights are presented by Hellman's Mayonnaise. Hey, Tide fans, score a taste touchdown your next tailgate with Hellman's, official mayonnaise of Alabama Athletics. It has been really a defensive struggle in this game. Justice Haynes has about 28 yards on the ground, the running back for Alabama, but a crucial touchdown.
To the left side is Bernard. Now he'll go in motion to the right. Handoff will go up the Miller. Justice Haynes gets to the end zone. Touchdown, Alabama. 4:38 remaining in the second quarter. Now 13-0 Bama. Kate Proctor running interference for Justice Haynes out of Buford, Georgia.
That's how it sounded on the CTSN. Chris Stewart there on the call. On the afternoon, Milroe, 8 of 11 for 100 yards. He does not have any touchdowns, but he has scored a touchdown.
It's now Justice Haynes in the backfield as they'll bring in Oots in tight on the left side. They'll bring Bernard in motion. It'll be a keep. And Milroe walks it in for the Alabama touchdown.
Chris Stewart there on the call again. 14-12 at the half. In the SEC, number 21 Missouri leading UMass 24-3. They're in the half right now at Amherst. Carroll with 2 touchdown runs. Luther Burden, 61-yard touchdown as well. All-State Red River rivalry, a big game coming up at 2:30. Number 1 Texas, number 18 Oklahoma. It's number 9 Ole Miss, number 13 LSU tonight under the lights at Tiger Stadium in Baton Rouge, 6:30. 13 straight wins in Tiger Stadium for LSU. 5th-ranked Georgia and Mississippi State this afternoon. Florida, number 8 Tennessee at 6 at sold out Neyland Stadium. Vanderbilt taking on Kentucky. Both teams are 3-2. This fall, reach out for Evan Williams Kentucky Straight Bourbon or Evan Williams 1783 small batch on game day. Bardstown, Kentucky, 43 to 45% alcohol by volume, 21 plus. Think wisely and drink wisely. I'm Brian Helsworth, live at Learfield. In our next segment, we'll take a look at the top 25. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of beach and turned it into a proving ground. The Great American Race, where year after year, greatness is the destination. So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition. The Daytona 500, February 16th, 2025. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
Every football fan needs a drink just as tough as they are. That's why Beatbox is the official party punch of the University of Alabama. With delicious flavors, 11.1% ABV, and a resealable cap. This drink is sure to pack a heavy punch without leaving you feeling bloated like boring hard seltzers and light beer. Not to mention, this low-sugar punch will sustain you through the Bama game day without slowing you down like those high-sugar cocktails. Drink smart, party hard, and of course, roll Tide. Please drink responsibly. Must be 21 or older.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
You can find all Crimson Tide Sports Network video content online on the CTSN YouTube page. It's the home of the live booth camp presented by Yay Alabama. Episodes of Crimson Drive driven by NASCAR, plus replays of Crimson Tide Rewind. Our YouTube Shorts will deliver thrilling Alabama radio highlights, plus interview clips from Alabama student athletes and coaches that you can't miss. Subscribe to the Crimson Tide Sports Network on YouTube for the very latest on the Alabama Crimson Tide.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
Time for your Alabama Power Scoreboard update with the latest scores from the top 25. I'm Brian Houseworth, brought to you by Alabama Power. It's power for better. Alabama, 10th-ranked Clemson, leading Wake Forest 28-14, 3 seconds to play in the second quarter. In the first half, Phil Maffa, the outstanding running back, 14 carries, 91 yards, 2 scores.
And Klubnik hands it off. Maffa, left side, touchdown.
And Peter Woods just buried his guy. You gotta earn this. Ain't no way. That's 4 down territory. Peter Woods is juiced up. He's still talking to the guy.
Don Munson, Reggie Merriweather there on the call. 16th ranked Utah falls to Arizona State 27-19 last night. They pick off Cam Rising 3 times. Big game today. Number 2 Ohio State. Number 3 Oregon Autzen Stadium. Buckeyes and Ducks are both 5-0. Number 23 Illinois and Purdue will battle for the Cannon Trophy. That'll be a 2:30 kick. Number 4 Penn State and USC haven't played since the 2017 Rose Bowl. They'll play today at 2:30 at the Coliseum. Stanford, number 11 Notre Dame today, and Cal and number 22 Pitt. First meeting since 1966. I'm Brian Houseworth, live at Learfield. Coming up next, your second half kickoff. Chris, Tyler Watts, Roger Hoover, Damian Square right after this. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
For over 6 decades, Golden Flake has been right there with you. This year, we're offering you a chance to win tickets to the Iron Bowl. Visit goldenflakesweepstakes.com and enter before November 20th. Grab a bag of simple Southern goodness and let's make this Iron Bowl unforgettable with Golden Flake. No purchase necessary. Legal residents of the 50 United States, 18 and older. Void where prohibited. Ends November 20th, 2024. See official rules for details. Sponsor Utz Quality Foods, LLC.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Atmore, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Atmore. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The Ford F-150 Highlight Show is coming at you.
Let's talk about the most connected and smartest F-150 ever.
Available head-up display, lots of integrated tech, and a standard large 12-inch touchscreen.
Literally a truckload of technology.
Designed to help you get things done in the smartest way possible.
With the power and performance you'd expect from a built Ford Tough F-150.
For the latest offers and the best-selling pickup in Alabama, see your local Ford dealer today. Based on S&P Global Mobility Total U.S. New Vehicle Registration for the standard full-size pickup segment calendar year-to-date, April 2024.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
1, 2, 3. This has been the Full Moon Barbecue Halftime Report. Full Moon Barbecue, the best little pork house in Alabama. Alabama football is also brought to you by Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Barkley GMC. Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy. Hellman's, the official mayonnaise of Alabama athletics. And by Toyota. Visit your local Toyota dealership today. Toyota, let's go places. Now let's go back to the stadium for the call of the second half.
Getting ready to start the third quarter. It's Alabama 14 and South Carolina 12. The Gamecocks with an interception that set up a field goal with just 1 second left in the second quarter to make it a 2-point game. South Carolina will get the football first to begin the third quarter, but coming up, take it to the house this season with the Alabama Manufactured Housing Association and Crimson Tide football. This week's contestant is Joanna McDonald from Linville. If Alabama returns its first received kickoff in the second half for a touchdown during today's game, she will win up to $75,000 towards the purchase of a manufactured home from authorized AMHA dealers. Don't miss your chance to take it to the house this season. Register to win at rolledtide.com/take it to the house. Certain terms and conditions may apply. Complete rules at rolledtide.com/take it to the house. Today's game is presented by BuildSubmarines.com. BuildSubmarines.com serves as the central hub to recruit and train the thousands of workers needed to build and sustain U.S. Navy submarines. BuildSubmarines.com. We build giants because it takes one to build one. So we get ready for the start of this third quarter. Let's take a look at the prescription for success in the second half. It is presented by Payless Drugs. Payless Drugs, your locally owned family pharmacy with 4 locations in the Birmingham area. Payless can handle your prescriptions, over-the-counter solutions, and home delivery. Visit MiamiPharmacy.com to pay less. Tyler Watts, what is the prescription for success in the second half?
Well, defensively, we got to mix some things up and find a way to get more pressure on Lenoris Sellers. When he has time to throw the ball in the pocket with a nice clean pocket, man, he's making some big plays and sustaining drives. We've got to figure out a way to eliminate that. Then offensively, get back to the running game. If they're wanting to take those 2 edge rushers and go upfield, let's play against 9 defenders. Let's run the ball between the tackles, stay ahead of the chain, stay out of obvious throwing situations, because that's really the strength that Kalen DeBoer was talking about at halftime. They got to stay out of those 3rd and longs.
As we get ready to start the third quarter, we're coming to you live inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money, and back on the call, here's the voice on the Crimson Tide, Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so very much. Crimson Tide seemingly in command of this one. Not overwhelming command, but up 14-0, and looked like they were going to get off the field, but a roughing the passer penalty extended a drive. A 4th down conversion later on that drive with a busted coverage that led directly to a touchdown. Then a safety because of intentional grounding in the end zone.
Don't forget
followed
about
by the interception.
The unnecessary roughness on the kickoff.
Yeah, you're right. That's what
set you back and allowed the safety.
So here's Talty, who kicks off and into the end zone. The Gamecocks are going to run it out 10. And down at the 15-yard line. Juju McDowell trying to make a play. Instead, he did Bama a favor. Man, that's a 10-yard loss in essence, Tyler, rather than taking the ball or letting the ball go into the end zone and getting it at the 25. They only get it at the 15.
Could be the starting point that this Alabama defense needs to really set the tone here in the second half.
It's a miscue in special teams, which normally doesn't happen from South Carolina, but a mistake there, and so the Tide will go on the defensive with the Gamecocks operating from their 15-yard line. Rock Sanders in the backfield, Josh Simon, the tight end. Lenoris Sellers is the quarterback, who in the opening half went 13 of 16 for 128, and a penalty, I believe, already. Procedure.
False start. Offense, number 3, 5-yard penalty. It is first down.
That is Mazio Bennett Jr., the wideout, guilty of the illegal procedure, as that is their 4th penalty now. 34 yards, 1st and 15, but back at their own 10. Little misdirection, but the handoff, and they'll push the pile forward and get about 6 or 7 yards. Damian Square, what's the tone early in this drive from the defense?
Hey, man, I'm down here coaching these guys up. I told them we need more than sacks. We need the football, man. We need to create turnovers and create some space in this game, man.
Bama seeing a 2nd and 9 now for the Gamecocks. They will hand it off again. They'll get a couple of yards up the gut, but then Rock Sanders gets knocked down by Jihad Campbell and others, but it'll be 3rd down at about 5 upcoming, maybe 6.
Yeah, it's a full 6 here on this 3rd down conversion opportunity for South Carolina. What do we do different to try to change the look up?
They are 0 for 5 on 3rd downs, or were in the first half. They'll bring a 2nd wide out to the near side of the field. Single setback with Sellers is Sanders. Sellers looking, pressure coming, fakes a pass, now wants to run it, and he's going to get the 1st down. Boy, that was a great pump fake that forced the defenders to bite, and he was able to scoot through and pick up the needed yardage for a Gamecock 1st down.
Well, we got after him a little bit more with the front 4, but left a wide open rushing lane right up the middle. Had 2 guys right in the same place.
So from the 28-yard line, 1st and 10, Gamecocks. They'll hand it off. They'll pick up good 1st down yardage again, not down shy of the 35, back at the 34-yard line. That is Rock Sanders once again. Keanu Coote, Jihad Campbell combining on the stop for Alabama.
South Carolina wants to shorten this game as well, and they feel like if they can run the ball between the tackles, they can do that.
They run it left side. They'll get a yard or more. Actually, it's going to be 2 or 3. As that one is going to bring up 3rd and about a yard. Quay Russaw on the stop for Alabama. With the line of scrimmage now, the Gamecock 37. They need the 38 to extend this drive. They have averaged on this series about 3 yards per carry at least. They'll hand it off right up the gut. They will get close to the 1st down, and in fact they will pick it up. That'll be a 1st down. Moving the change as they get to the 39. They needed 1, they got 2, and they'll get a fresh set of downs here.
And this is the style of play that South Carolina wants to run. Staying ahead of the change, 5-6 yards rushing on 1st down. They want to stay out of obvious throwing situations as well.
From the 39, Sellers stepping up in the pocket, gets flushed to the outside. Pump fake again, able to run by the defender, gets a 1st down before sliding down in Alabama territory at the 45-yard line. Justin Jefferson was chasing, but it was Sellers who picks up good yardage and a 1st down, a gain of 14 on that play when it looked like Bama might get him for about a 5 or 6 yard loss.
Well, Jamarian Latham had a nice rush angle, dipped it back underneath inside, but when he did, there was no one to contain Sellers from escaping to the right.
So from the Alabama 47-yard line, 1st and 10, handoff goes to Attaway, and he'll gain a couple on the play, maybe 3 yards even. 2nd and 7, we will call it, from just inside the Bama 45-yard line. Again, this drive started at the 15. It went back to the 10 on a procedure penalty, but it's been all positive yardage since then for South Carolina. Sellers, plenty of time. No, he doesn't. He goes down. Brought down by Jamarian Latham back around the 46 of the Gamecocks. That is the 4th sack of the day for Alabama. That's your Guthrie's sack count. That is the 4th of the day for the Crimson Tide.
Did a little inside move once again. Damian was talking about that earlier, using the power to the speed, dipping it up underneath. and being able to knock Sellers off balance.
Get off the field, fellas. 3rd and 14. They're 2 of 7 today on 3rd downs are the Gamecocks. Sellers with time, looking, pressure coming, fires, catch made, 1st down and more. Big hit leveled right at the 30, but Mazio Bennett Jr. able to get up after making the grab. That was a perfect throw in the middle of the Bama defense for 22 yards and another 1st down for the visitors.
And a clean pocket, just a 3-man rush once again, and the zone coverage behind it. There's just too many holes. I mean, receivers and quarterbacks are going to find holes in the secondary if given enough time.
10-play, 55-yard drive already, and 5:06 off the game clock in this 3rd quarter. We're under 9.5 minutes remaining in the 3rd as Carolina will bring a man in motion near side, circles him back. They'll hand it off up the gut, and fighting forward for another 6 yards on 1st down is Attaway. Jod Campbell makes the stop, but not until it's another good 1st down pickup. 6 yards officially they give him as they spot him at the 24 of Alabama.
These long drives right here is really where you start getting winded, especially on the defensive front, which just makes you that much more successful running the ball.
Pistol formation. Sellers hands it off. Nowhere to go as the man on the carry is stopped, and we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. Third and 2 Gamecocks at the Alabama 22-yard line, just outside the red zone, as they've converted on 3 3rd downs on this drive. They're only 3 3rd down conversions of the day. They were 0 for 5 in the first 30 minutes. 3 wideouts left. They'll roll the pocket left. Option pitch underneath, a little shovel pass. That's going to be a 1st down and more inside the 10. Oscar Attaway III able to make the play and pick up the 1st down on a great little shovel pass right there.
And I saw it 2 times versus Vanderbilt last year, and it is a copycat lead. Now South Carolina on 3rd and short takes advantage. We stretch out. That opens up the inside lane on the little shuffle pass.
14 yards on the pickup inside the Alabama 10. As they've gone from right at the 10 on one end of the field to inside the 10 on the other. Handoff up the gut. Nowhere to go after getting a yard on the play. I believe it was Attaway again. Nope, they have gone back to Rock Sanders in the backfield, and a gain of 1 perhaps. Damian Square coming up after this next snap, which we hope results in a takeaway. We need one in the worst way. 4 wideouts, 2 each side. Play action, looking, throwing, catch made, wrapped up at the 2. He fights forward. He'll get no closer than the 1. Damian Square. Bama needs a play somehow.
Hey, they got to find a way to get these guys to at least get off the field and not put 6 points on the board, man. Right there was a big route. I feel like they should have called the penalty right there. But, man, these drives are getting overextended, and we're putting our defense in a crazy situation, man.
Simon, the tight end, made the grab. Here comes Brown and Brady Hunt in as they got everybody bunched in tight. 3rd goal from the Alabama 1-yard line. Pistol formation. They hand it off. They'll fight to the goal line. They'll fight their way in. Touchdown. Rock Sanders getting the score for South Carolina. And the Gamecocks have their first lead of the day. They were down 14-0 late in the first half, but with 6:20 to go in the 3rd, it's South Carolina that has taken an 18-14 lead.
Now the defense had a couple opportunities to get off the field, and the one that really breaks your back is the 3rd and 14, 3rd and 15 conversion that was given up. And anytime that you allow 10, 12, 15-yard drives, you're going to be winded and gassed at the end of it, and it's your job to get off.
Herrera on to try the extra point to make this a 5-point lead. Snap, spot, kick. They're all good. And South Carolina makes it a 19-14 ball game. 6:20 remaining in the third. We'll see how Alabama responds when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Some days you hit snooze, but not today. Today you have to go on a run to get burgers for the tailgate. You've got to haul something heavy, a cooler stocked with Bud Light. When you've got beer and football, nothing is hard. Until the other team scores. Bud Light. Easy to drink, easy to enjoy. Enjoy responsibly. 21 plus, copyright 2024, Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Tide fans, let's take a 30-second time out for a quick mental getaway to Pensacola. Sugar white sands, crystal clear waters. Remember, your perfect getaway is just a short drive away. So hit the road for the ultimate time out from the hustle and bustle. Fresh seafood, stunning sunsets, and relaxing beaches. All waiting for you in Pensacola. Saturdays with the Tide and any day with your toes in the sand. That's the way to beach. Plan your getaway at visitpensacola.com.
6:20 remaining in the third quarter. It's now South Carolina 19 and Alabama 14. A huge shout out to Big Mike Steakhouse for taking care of our broadcast crew this season. A big thank you to Big Mike, Scott, Kane, Michael, Brad, Casey, the whole staff for the great food and the warm Southern hospitality. With restaurants now in Thomasville, Andalusia, Lee County, Guntersville, Orange Beach, and Moundsville, you're always close to a Big Mike Steakhouse. Visit online at BigMikeSteakhouse.com. Right now it's the Crimson Tide trailing 19-14 to South Carolina with 6:20 remaining in the third quarter.
Tyler Watts, disappointing what we've seen transpire, but we're a long way from the finish line if we start taking care of business, because as you see, they are actually running some clock, and that'll happen when you let a team go from the 10-yard line, their own 10-yard line, to the opposite end of the field and run it into the end zone.
Yeah, and one thing you do not want to do is be forced to throw the ball when South Carolina knows you're going to throw the ball. That's the strength of this defensive unit. So you really have to respond here and then find a way to get a stop. And this is going to be very crucial for Alabama not to be playing from behind in the fourth quarter.
16 plays, 85 yards, and 8.5 minutes off that game clock. That is indeed frustrating to see, as Emmanuel Henderson Jr. is the deep man for Alabama. Also Cole Adams back there to the near side. Kickoff coming from Kroger, and it will be fielded by Henderson, a yard deep in the end zone. Brings it out to the 10, to the 15, and gets rattled at the 20-yard line. Ball's on the deck, but Bama falls on it. Thankfully, right at the 20-yard line mark.
And that's 2 weeks in a row Emmanuel Henderson has put the ball on the ground on kickoff returns. He's got to do a better job of securing it. And once again, you're always talking about it. Take the touchback. It puts it out to 25. Alabama has to start at the 20.
So let's see how the Tide can respond with the veteran quarterback in Jalen Milroe, fourth-year junior out of Katy, Texas. Jam Miller in the backfield with him. He's a junior from Tyler, Texas. Milroe looking, firing, pass caught. Great grab for a gain of about 7 or 8. Staying on his feet, heading downfield. Adams, he gets bumped out of bounds. That was one heck of an effort. The way he got spun, it looked like he was going to be down, but Adams kept his balance, picks up great yardage into South Carolina territory for a gain of much more than 7, as I originally said or was thinking. They're going to call it about a 28-yard pickup on that play.
Actually landed on the defender. Very similar to what that Dyer guy from Auburn did a couple years ago and was able to advance it.
Hand off to Miller. He's going to pick up good yardage across midfield and into South Carolina territory. Demetrius Knight making the stop for South Carolina, but not until another 4-yard pickup for Alabama.
Keep running the football. Don't feel pressure even though you're down right now if you're the Alabama offense.
Not with this much time to go. C.J. Dupree and Ryan Williams go wide right. Now Dupree shifts over to the left side of the formation, joining two others. Handoff goes to Miller, and Jam will spin through and gain a couple. It'll be 3rd down and 4 upcoming as Debo Williams made the stop for the visitors.
3rd and medium here. You have to advance the ball forward. You cannot take a loss here. Otherwise, you are forced to punt it. You have to force it. If you don't pick it up, of giving your coaching staff something to think about, setting up a 4th and short.
Bama 1 of 5 on 3rd downs. Let's see if they can have better fortunes on 3rd down in the second half, as South Carolina did on their first drive this half. Bama's got the tight end to the left side in Dupree. 3 wideouts total. Milroe looking, firing, slant, catch made. Jeremy down to the 35 of South Carolina. Moved the chains on the bank first. 1st down, Jeremy Bernard making the grab on the quick slant from Jalen Milroe.
Boy, South Carolina brought the house on that, and it was great protection up front that allowed Milroe to hit Bernard on the 2nd window.
16 yards, on the gain. Moving the sticks for Bama. Wide out right, 2 left. Now here comes Jam Miller in motion to the right. Fake a handoff to him. Milroe dumps it off to the tight end. Dupree tried to make a man miss, but he is going to be knocked down for a loss on the play. O'Donnell Fortune, the corner, read it well, and the 5th-year player was able to knock down Dupree for a loss of about 6 yards on that play.
Caden Proctor was the lead blocker out there, but there was no way he could get to Fortune and get his hands on him.
Justice Haynes comes on as Dupree slowly goes off the field and will be looked at. Here comes Ryan Williams in motion to the near side of the formation, joining Caleb Odom. Now an empty set as Justice goes wide. Ball tipped into the air and almost intercepted, thankfully, as that pass was thrown low and behind Jeremy Bernard. It was almost picked off in the South Carolina secondary. Couldn't tell who it was. Looked like Judge Collier.
That's one of those situations, though, Chris, where they're bringing more than we can block. The ball has to get out quickly. So it's an anticipation that Milroe has. He knows where he's going. He's got to release it before Bernard comes out of his cut.
Yeah, I said low. It wasn't. It was just behind the intended receiver. As Bama's got 3rd and about 15 upcoming. Milroe looking with time, fires right side, and that one is incomplete. We're fortunate it wasn't picked off. Boy, they had an angle on the pass intended for Jeremy Bernard, and it was Jalen Kilgore, the nickelback out of Eatonton, Georgia's Putnam County High School, that almost got the interception. And now Alabama will likely have to punt this one away, and they will with James Burnett. Boy, the loss on the play is what really messed up this drive.
Yeah, the little screen pass to Dupree, it resulted in a loss that got you behind the chains, and you never were able to recover.
Burnett's averaged 55 yards on a couple of punts. We're looking for a pooch right here. It is a low wobbler headed towards the boundary, and it does go out of bounds, but let's see where. Looks like a heck of an effort. They're going to stop right at the 10, and that is indeed a great punt from James Burnett. I don't know that the crowd realized just how good it was. 32 yards doesn't tell the whole story, but South Carolina's got the ball and the lead. It's 19-14 Gamecocks, 3:13 to go in the 3rd. When we come back to Tuscaloosa on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
People just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
From Bart and Joe Willie to Mac and Tua, this is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Wetumpka, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Wetumpka. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Here at Payless Drugs, we continue to be just what the doctor ordered. We know getting the medicine you need is especially important during these unique times. And for your safety and convenience, we offer a drive-through at every location. Plus, we have prescription delivery and contactless pickup at all locations. Now's the time to take care of your immunization needs. Stop by any of our convenient locations today.
Just what the doctor ordered. Payless Drugs.
3:13 left to go in the third quarter. South Carolina 19, Alabama 14. Our radio affiliate of the game is 1530 a.m. in Spartanburg, South Carolina. Follow the Crimson Tide Sports Network on Facebook. Tell us where you're listening from for a chance to win 2 free meals from Jack's. Thank you to 1530 a.m. in Spartanburg, South Carolina for carrying Alabama football this season. Our Cook's Pest Control sideline reporter is Damian Square, brought to you by Cook's Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control and a proud sponsor of Alabama football. Damian, what adjustments have to be made right now for this Alabama defense?
Hey, I just got an injury report on CJ. It's a lower body injury, questionable to return. But hey, man, we got to find a way to get a groove here. We kind of behind the chains a little bit. It's 19-14, man. The defense got to come out here and find a way to get a stop, man, and bring some excitement to the sideline.
Yeah, so winning on first down is so critical. But even then, you can't let your foot up. I think this is an offense that you have to consistently attack. Try to create havoc and pressures on them and force them to make a mistake. Turnover would be huge.
Boy, it would be. This is the second drive in a row that South Carolina has started on their own 10-yard line. Alabama trying to make sure this drive doesn't end as successfully as the last one did. They'll hand it off. They'll gain about 3, maybe spinning forward for more. Nope, they're going to say only a 2-yard pickup. Rock Sanders wrapped up by Jihad Campbell. As the Tide gets a stop there. You got Tim Keenan, Tim Smith in the middle of that defensive front. Jamarian Latham walking up on one edge, Quay Russaw on the other. They'll go with a quarterback keep. They'll try to bounce it, and they'll squirt through to the 15-yard line. Deontay Lawson had him. No gain or maybe a loss, but a heck of a play on the part of Sellers just to fight forward for 3 yards.
Deontay went a little too high, and he was able to squirt up underneath it, set up another pivotal third down.
A big one indeed. 5 of 10 on third downs, and all 5 of those in the second half. They were 5 of 5 on third down on the last drive alone. Here comes play action. Quick out. Hit made after the catch was made as well, but that's going to be shy of the first down mark. Josh Simon made the catch, and it was Deontay Lawson who applied the hit.
That's good to see right there. Lawson, understanding where the ball is going, reacting quickly, was able to meet Simon as he was hauling in the catch for basically no gain. Maybe a yard or 2, but well short of the first down marker.
Kroger on to punt as Cole Adams is deep for Alabama. The left-footed high spiral will be fair caught or called for.
Dangerous.
There's contact there, but it was from a teammate. And what a play on the part of Adams. And I couldn't tell if Jaleel Hurley got hit into the return man or he just ran into him. But a great play on the part of Adams to salvage the fair catch. And Bama will start off great field position, looking to regain the lead. 1st and 10 from their own 45-yard line. 1:27 on the third quarter game clock. When we come back, it's 19-14 Gamecocks at the moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
At Red Diamond, we know that there's simply nothing better than the perfect sip of fresh brewed iced tea. And we've been working hard to make sure choosing Red Diamond is always easy, with only simple ingredients: water, tea leaves, and pure cane sugar, or no sugar. We make sure our tea tastes like, well, tea. Stop by your local cooler and pick up a gallon for a perfect sip today. Red Diamond. Perfect, not easy.
Roll Tide. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Let's go. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Tide fans, are you ready for game day in Tuscaloosa? Don't miss the ultimate pregame experience this season at Vector Security Champions Lane, opening 4 hours before each home game. This fan fest has everything you need to get pumped for kickoff. Located next to the Walk of Champions, you'll enjoy live music, player autographs, the best food trucks from all over Alabama, and ice-cold beer in our Legends Lounge beer garden, where there's never a cover charge. Check out championslane.com each week for the latest updates. Roll Tide!
1 minute, 27 seconds remain in the third quarter with the Crimson Tide trailing the South Carolina Gamecocks 19-14. Today's game is presented by BuildSubmarines.com. BuildSubmarines.com serves as the central hub to recruit and train the thousands of workers needed to build and sustain U.S. Navy submarines. At BuildSubmarines.com, we build giants because it takes one to build one. Tyler Watts, we get ready to see the Crimson Tide offense on the field for the second time in this second half. What needs to happen for this Alabama offense?
Boy, both these offenses right now are playing similar styles where if they're able to have success on first down, it really makes life easier for them. Alabama has to find a way to be productive, especially running the football on first down. If you choose to throw it, get rid of the ball quick. The intermediate stuff and the short routes seem to be something that you really can take advantage of, but staying ahead of the chains, not worrying about the home run shots. Allow those plays to come to you when they present themselves, but don't force it. Be patient. Let's work on getting first downs and let these drives take care of themselves.
Time to learn a lot about this squad right here as Alabama's down 19-14. Again, 1:27 to go in the third. Bama football starting this drive at their own 46-yard line. Justice Haynes in the backfield. Behind the quarterback, Jalen Milroe operating from the pistol with two tight ends to the left side. Danny Lewis Jr. along with Robbie Oots. The handoff will go to Haynes, works right side. They'll push the pile forward. He'll get a couple on the play, but not much more. Monkel Goodwine making the stop. The transfer from Alabama, getting the hit along that defensive front for the Gamecocks.
Well, you got Gino Vandermark that is in for Jaden Roberts at that right guard position. And that's a position that he can play and have some success, especially in this running attack.
Two tight ends right initially with Oots and Lewis. They'll bring a man in motion left side. Rolling the pocket initially is Milroe. Now swings it out. Haynes makes the catch. He's got room. He's got a first down. He's got more inside the 40 and down to the 38-yard line of South Carolina. A bank first down for the Crimson Tide after the 15-yard pickup there.
Well, Jalen Milroe did a good job of avoiding pressure as well. He's trying to extend that play a little longer, but had pressure in his face. Took a step back and delivered a strike.
Haynes stays in the game, but leaves an empty backfield for Milroe initially. Now he will join him to his left. Wide outs to each side. Two tight end look. Fake handoff, and Milroe keeps it himself and fights down to the 30-yard line. That's going to be close to the first down. A 9-yard pickup will be enough, I believe. No, it's going to be a yard shy of the first down as the third quarter has come to a close. Alabama trailing going to the fourth quarter. It's 19-14. South Carolina on top. The Tide will try to rally when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Howdy, folks. Bob Baumhauer here. Whether you're planning a tailgate party at the game, cheering for your favorite teams at home, or at your local Baumhauers with your family and friends, We're here to make your football party legendary with our party-ready tray selections. From our always fresh buttermilk fried chicken tenders to the homemade Nana's chicken salad, and of course, our fresh, never frozen, award-winning buffalo-style chicken wings. Baumhauer's Victory Grill. Legendary fun, legendary food.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
The Alabama Insider Podcast is the official podcast of Crimson Tide Athletics. Catch full episodes of Hey Coach and the Kalen DeBoer Show, Crimson Tide Rewind, Crimson Tide Today Daily Reports, plus full interviews from Crimson Drive driven by NASCAR. Download and subscribe to the Alabama Insider Podcast on Spotify, Apple Music, Amazon Music, and all podcast platforms. Roll Tide with the Alabama Insider Podcast.
Hey parents and kids, it's a perfect time for students to read their way to the Iron Bowl in AEA's Be a Champion and Read contest. AEA wants to help K-6 students to be academic champions, just like the Alabama Crimson Tide. Students who participate in the Be a Champion and Read challenge could win tickets to the Iron Bowl and a chance to take the field on game day. Ask your teacher about contest rules. Encourage your child to be an AEA champion reader and win a trip to the 2024 Iron Bowl.
Third quarter recap is presented by Knox Pest Control. With over 80 years of experience, Knox Pest Control has been serving the communities of Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, and North Florida, offering pest control, wildlife control, and lawn care. Call 877-KNOX-PEST or visit KnoxPest.com. Knox knocks them out. A 1-yard touchdown run by Raheem Sanders, the only scoring play we saw in the third quarter, and that made it South Carolina 19 and Alabama 14 as we get ready to start the fourth quarter. Our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter is Damian Square, again brought to you by Cooks Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control and a proud sponsor of Alabama football. Damian, just set the scene for us on that Crimson Tide sideline. What kind of energy do you see right now from the coaching staff and the players trying to get ready for this all-important fourth quarter?
Hey, it's the fourth quarter, man. They are in a little state of confusion. You know, I know they didn't expect for this game to go this way, man. But, hey, it's a great opportunity to play Alabama style of football here in the fourth quarter, figure out how to get on the board here and get a lead and keep a lead, man.
Big drive, Tyler Watts, and a 2nd and 1. Is this one of those free play opportunities to take a shot from the end zone?
No, this is a go right at them and try to get the first down. I don't think you're trying to be cute here. What you cannot afford is setting up a 3rd and long situation on a negative play.
Justice Haynes is in the backfield at the moment behind Milroe, with 2 receivers stacked wide left, tight end stacked to the right side of the formation. Milroe directing traffic. Now Lewis and Oots shift to the left side, putting basically 4 men to that side of the formation. Handoff, no. Quarterback keep. Milroe trying to get to the edge, gets the first down, wisely gets out of bounds. Did not have an angle on the defender, Nick Emanwari, but he had enough to get the first down, get that bank first down, and now Bama sets up shop, 1st and 10 from the 29-yard line of South Carolina.
Well, I'm very fortunate to be able to pick up that first down. Probably should have been given. And anytime you have a 3rd and short, it's always, or 2nd and short. When in doubt, give the ball.
So now with 3 wideouts left, they'll bring 1 in motion to the right side. They'll shift Lewis to the left side along with Oots. Empty backfield. Milroe, quarterback keep the whole way. He's got blockers. He's got a first down right at the 19-yard line. Bama with the ball inside the Chick-fil-A red zone. Parker Brailsford, Jaden Roberts, and the pulling tight end initially in Robbie Oots over there with the blocks, and they're going to say it's a half-yard shy of the first down. So he's at the 19.5. He needs the 19 for a first, but it's 2nd and about 1.5 feet. Jam Miller now in the backfield, vacates it, offset to the left side. Again, quarterback keep, no. Milroe wants to throw it, does, towards the end zone. It's going to be incomplete. He threw it out of bounds. Knew he needed a free play. He had a receiver in the area, and Caleb put him, and that's why you didn't have to worry about grounding right there.
Well, you're also trying to catch Carolina being overly aggressive, especially on the heels of a quarterback run. So you go ahead and take a shot. Now you're in field goal range. You can overcome it. You still have 3rd and short.
tried to deke it as though it were a run initially, but they didn't bite. Through the pass, incomplete. Now Bama goes trips left. 3rd and about a yard. They'll go on the handoff. Miller to the edge, breaks a tackle. He is to the 15. He is brought down at the 14-yard line. Bank first down for Bama. Fresh set of downs as Jam Miller able to ease himself down to the 13-yard line of South Carolina.
Well, sometimes you just have to know your opponent and know how the pace of play is going and how the feel of the game is. And right now, it's just a slugfest in the trenches, and whoever's the more physical team is going to win.
They bring the tight end, Cuevas, offset to the right side. They'll bring a man in motion in Williams. He stops, now goes back left. Single setback Miller. Fake handoff to him, and kept and getting back to the line of scrimmage and no more was Milroe. So no gain on the play. It's 2nd and 10 Alabama from the South Carolina, just inside the Carolina 14.
Cuevas, the tight end, came across the formation on the backside as though he was blocking, but he kind of slipped into the flat. And I'm not sure if that's an option that Jalen Milroe has off the read to then dump it into the flat to Cuevas. But if so, he needs to get his heads up.
Bama 2nd and 10, trailing 19-14 with 12.5 minutes to go in the 4th quarter. Milroe looking, pressure coming, floats one, end zone, Bernard there, no, it is picked off. He kept it too long in the air, it was picked off and out the back of the end zone for a touchback. O'Donnell Fortune making the play defensively for South Carolina, taking it away just as Bernard was about to reel it in for a go-ahead touchdown.
Well, and Fortune was actually in coverage on Cuevas in the flat. That's where he started off. But as the play took longer to develop, he went ahead and sank because the eyes of Milroe went to Bernard. He knew he was going with that. That's one where you would just hope that Jeremy Bernard would recognize the pressure going and go up and high point it. But he did not see the defender coming out of coverage and sinking into the back of the end zone.
So now it's South Carolina football with the lead into the 4th quarter, 12-17 to go. And Alabama cannot afford to give up another lengthy drive here. Rock Sanders is the man in the backfield. Let me clarify. Can't give up a lengthy drive that results in a touchdown or really even points. You're down 5, play action. Stepping up in the pocket, firing. That one is going to be broken up on a great play. Oh, they're going to throw a flag and call Malachi Moore for pass interference. He must have had the back arm on the receiver.
Yeah, I think he grabbed him with the left hand because it was not the upfield guy that called it. It was the one behind the play. Kind of wrapped his left hand around his waist.
Defense, number 13, 15-yard penalty from the previous spot. First down.
Trying to make a play, but unfortunately called for pass interference. And so that'll be a first down for South Carolina. They took a shot downfield on first down, and it pays off in the pass interference to the 35-yard line. The 15-yard penalty, and the Gamecocks will lose the football. It's on the deck. Scramble for it. Who's got it? It is who? It's Bama ball. A takeaway. LT Overton. Bama gets a gift. And let's see if they can make it result in points.
Boy, and this was off of the mesh also. It's a read option, and Sellers pulls the ball but doesn't securely pull it out of the belly of Rocket Sanders. The ball immediately goes on the ground. It looks like Sellers is going to get it. Deontay Lawson kind of pokes it away as well, and as you mentioned, very fortunate. I think it was Campbell, wasn't it?
You're right. It was Campbell initially. D-Square, we're going to come to you after this play. See what you saw, but hopefully it'll be a touchdown. Let's see if Bama goes for it right here. Jam Miller in the backfield. Couple of wideouts right, and a flag has come in. Let's see what the call is here. Is it going to be 1st and 15 or 1st and 5?
They're going to get a delay of game on the defense.
Delay of game. Defense, number 93. Using the clap signal to draw the offense into a false start. 5 yards, first down.
All right, so Damon, they tried to draw us off, but what were you seeing before that?
The defensive line was trying to mimic the snap count, like you said, trying to draw the offsides of the O-line. Can't do that the last game. We needed that, man. Now we got to find a way to get in the end zone.
1st and 5. Strong side right, 2 wideouts right. Hand off to Miller. Jam lowers his head and rumbles forward for a gain of about 2.5. It'll be 2nd and 2.5 from there.
Boy, and I'm really tempted just to continue to feed it to the backs right up the middle until South Carolina can find a way to stop us. If you're picking up 4 or 5 yards a pop, you can demoralize this defense going right down their throat.
2 tight ends to the left side in Oots and Dupree. 2 wideouts stacked in tight to the right side. Empty set as Miller goes right. Stepping up, Milroe looking, fires, cross the middle, catch made. Bernard has it at the 8, and he is going to be stopped there. 1st and goal, Bama at the South Carolina 7-yard line. Ryan Williams, the man who made the catch in traffic.
Boy, only his 3rd catch of the day, and as you mentioned, he took a shot as he was receiving this football. Good job by Milroe keeping his eyes downfield. They tried to strip it away, but he was able to get to the ground before they got it loose.
Great pickup from Butch there as Roger Hoover's bailed me out a few times as well. Fantastic help here in the booth as Bama is trying to score deep inside the Chick-fil-A red zone. 1st and goal from the Carolina 7 now. Bernard in motion. Quarterback keep to the right side. Milroe 5-4, 3-2-1 touchdown. Jalen Milroe with blocks from Jaden Roberts and Parker Brailsford, finds the end zone, and the Tide will likely go for 2 right here.
Same play they run so much where they have the jet sweep going, and this is basically just a read option. He can either give it off to the jet sweep motion or he can run it up the middle. This time, though, it's a counter off of that. They do the jet motion to the field, but they run a counter with the quarterback back to the right.
So Bama going for it, up just 1, 20-19, trying to get the 2-point conversion that would make it a 3-point advantage. 2 wideouts left in Adams and Williams. A man in the slot and 1 wide right. He'll come in tight. That man is Bernard. Now Milroe firing for the end zone. It's broken up. A great play by the defender, Vakari Swain, able to knock it away from the intended recipient, Jeremy Bernard, and the 2-point conversion attempt fails. But Alabama regains the lead with 10:42 to go. It's a 20-19 Alabama lead. We're back in a moment on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
The Lilly Company is your local supplier for Toyota and Clark Industrial Forklift trucks. With 6 locations in Alabama, the Lilly Company offers new, used, and rental equipment, as well as being an authorized parts and service dealer. More than just lift trucks, the Lilly Company is your one-stop shop when it comes to equipping your business or warehouse with the latest and most innovative material handling products and time-saving solutions. Check us out at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Firing downfield, has a man, catch is made, touchdown Alabama.
See the call as we make the call. Watch the booth cam presented by Yay Alabama for each and every Alabama football game. Streaming live on all CTSN social media platforms, you can get a front row seat to every touchdown and every great play reaction from Chris Stewart, Tyler Watts, and the entire Alabama radio crew. Watch on YouTube, Facebook, and X at UA_CTSN.
Greetings from Daytona, where a band of dreamers took a strip of beach and turned it into a proving ground. The Great American Race, where year after year, greatness is the destination. So book your experience and soak in 500 miles of history and tradition. The Daytona 500, February 16th, 2025. Secure your seats now at Daytona500.com.
10:42 to go in this game, and Alabama's back in front. 20-19 the score against South Carolina. We just saw that touchdown run by Jalen Milroe, capping a 3-play, 31-yard scoring drive. The Bromberg's Trevor Diamond scoring drive took a minute 23 off of the clock. Today's game is presented by BuildSubmarines.com. BuildSubmarines.com serves as the central hub to recruit and train the thousands of workers needed to build and sustain U.S. Navy submarines. BuildSubmarines.com. We build giants because it takes one to build one. We're live with you from inside the Alabama Credit Union broadcast booth. Feel good about your money. And once again on the call here in the fourth quarter, it's Chris Stewart.
Roger, thank you so very much. The Crimson Tide fought, never could take the lead against Vanderbilt last week. Commodores pulling the major upset nationally. This week, the Tide had a 14-0 advantage with 4.5 minutes to go in the second quarter. Since then, it was South Carolina making a 2-point game at the break, then taking the lead on their first drive of the third quarter. They maintained that lead until Alabama went back on top 20-19. Now got 10:42 to go in the fourth. Let's see how South Carolina responds from being down once again.
Well, the biggest thing is Alabama's ability, and they need to keep the pressure on that running attack for South Carolina.
On to kick things off for the Tide, Connor Talty. It's a high end-under-end kick that will sail into the end zone, and a touchback upcoming. And South Carolina will have it 1st and 10 from their own 25. Lenoris Sellers with the football, or excuse me, with the task of leading the drive for South Carolina. I think the 25 is their best starting field position of the half, isn't it?
It may be.
They had 2 drives that started at their own 10. One resulted in a touchdown. And another. I take that back. I guess we turned it over. They got it at the 25 earlier, and 20. It still was. Yeah, you're right. So this is the best starting field position at their own 25-yard line. Pistol formation for Lenoris Sellers with a setback to his right, directing traffic, and will hand it off. They'll run right up the gut, and they'll get big yardage. A first down and more. It's Rock Sanders, and he will get across the 45 of the Gamecocks to their 47, a 23-yard pickup right down the chute.
And Justin Jefferson shot a gap from that linebacker position, but it opened up a hole just one gap over. Rocket Sanders ran right through it.
Single setback. Once again, Sanders. They bring a man in motion to the left side. They will go on the handoff again to Sanders, trying to bounce it to the edge. Does. He will pick up 7-8 yards once again on a play that looked like it was going to be busted up at the line of scrimmage. Instead, it becomes an 8-yard gain, maybe 9. LT Overton is the man that finally brought him down.
Somehow or another, he's just able to stay on his feet and keep his balance and just bounce it one gap to the next until he finds a hole to go through. That time getting to the edge for a big gain.
2nd and 2 in Bama territory at the Tide's 44-yard line. They hand it to Sanders again. Bama collapses on him, and he'll get a yard, but that may be all that he needed. 1.5 yards, I should say. Campbell making the hit again for the Tide. It's going to be 3rd and about a foot. 2-down territory, you'd have to think, for the Gamecocks, provided there's no major negative yardage.
Yeah, but I've seen this front four for Alabama penetrating, getting to the backfield, so that's not out of the question that we couldn't get a tackle for a loss.
They are 5 of 6 this half on 3rd down conversions. 5 of 11 for the ball game. Man in motion right. Handoff again. That's going to be a first down. Is spinning inside the 40-yard line. Sanders again. They'll give him just the 40. Justin Jefferson made the stop. It's not a lot, but it's enough to move the sticks for the first down.
And we got all kinds of substitutions on both sides. And Damani Jackson is actually back into the game. That's good to see.
It is indeed. He's also out there. Bray Hubbard in the ball game for Alabama, I believe. Oscar Attaway is now the running back for South Carolina as they bring their tight end Simon over to the right side of the formation. Quarterback rolls the pocket right, looking, firing, back across the middle. Catch is made, and near the first down mark. In fact, they will give him forward progress for a gain of 11 on that play. It was almost broken up, but Dale Von Campbell, transfer from Nevada, makes the grab. 6-year player again, 6'4", 220. Able to reel that in traffic and get the first down. 1st and 10 inside the Bama 30. Handoff. Goes again to Attaway, and he'll work his way with a flag coming in. Hopefully this is going to back up South Carolina. Stops the clock. 7:40 remaining in the fourth quarter. It's 20-19 Alabama. The Gamecocks on the move. It's a hold against them, so back them up 10.
Holding. Offense, number 52. 10-yard penalty. First down.
Something to slow down their momentum. We'll take it. 6 penalties, 49 yards on the Gamecocks today. Alabama, with their penalties on the day, 6 for 51. Thank you, Butch. 1st and 20 for South Carolina inside the Alabama 40-yard line around the 38. Sanders looking. Fires it out, or Sellers, excuse me, fires it out. Catch is made, wrapped up, and brought out of bounds by Quay Russaw. Was South Carolina's running back, I believe, on that play. Not a lot of room, but it was Rock Sanders who made the grab and was able to move forward for the first down.
No, good defense. Only a 3-yard gain on the play. So forcing the check down once again, and at or behind the line of scrimmage is as good as you can get, and then rally to the ball carrier.
2nd and 19, make it 18 yards after a 2-yard pickup. Sanders again in the backfield as they shift the tight end right in motion. Looking, Sellers fires, and it's incomplete. Yeah, we're trying to go there, and it falls incomplete. A break there for Bama, as Tyler was seeing it. Coach Watts.
I apologize, but we busted a coverage so bad they had a wide open receiver going down the seam route. We did not rotate with the motion, and fortunately Sellers did not recognize it. And this is 4-down territory, so you want to dial it up, understanding that they're not just going to drop back and throw it deep. Screen game very much in play.
Maybe not 4-down territory, but they're going to need to get a few in order to have a chance at a field goal. Play clock is down to 1, and Shane Beamer got a timeout just ahead of that infraction. Timeout on the field. We'll take the break as well. Getting down to cases. 6:55 to go. Bama clinging to a 20-19 lead. South Carolina with a huge 3rd and long upcoming when we return on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands, we all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
The home of Bear and Saban. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Here at Payless Drugs, we continue to be just what the doctor ordered. We know getting the medicine you need is especially important during these unique times. And for your safety and convenience, we offer a drive-through at every location. Plus, we have prescription delivery and contactless pickup at all locations. Now's the time to take care of your immunization needs. Stop by any of our convenient locations today.
Just what the doctor ordered. Payless Drugs.
1225 is your ultimate game day destination. Catch the game on one of their 35 big screen high-def TVs, combined with an extensive menu of mouth-watering food and refreshing drinks. Juicy burgers, crispy wings, craft beers, signature cocktails. 1225, where the energy is high, the screens are massive, and the excitement is contagious. Visit 1225 on the Strip in Tuscaloosa, less than 2 blocks from Bryant-Denny Stadium. 1225 Sports Bar, where sports, food, and fun collide.
1-point lead for Alabama, 20-19 over South Carolina with 6:55 remaining in Tuscaloosa. The best move of the game is presented by Old Dominion Freight Line. Old Dominion works hard to be the best in the game and is proud to support those striving to be the best in theirs. How about Jalen Milroe? 2 rushing touchdowns, including the go-ahead touchdown a moment ago. But right now the Gamecocks 3rd down and 18 as we go to our Cooks Pest Control sideline reporter Damian Square. And Tyler's been begging to know, what do you do here? Do you dial up the pressure or do you sit back in zone, Damian?
I'm not sitting back in zone. I'm dialing up the pressure, man. You know, I'm not trusting that the front four is going to get there on their own, man. I'm bringing the pressure, allowing him to throw it to the high route, and hopefully we can get the guy on the ground, man.
Well, and we know that this field goal kicker for South Carolina, his career long is 47 yards. Any sort of incomplete pass or loss of a down, and you get a loss here on a sack potentially when you bring pressure, and you're forcing a punt.
So here we go. 3rd down and 18. The line of scrimmage, the 36. The first down marker is at the 18 of Alabama. They would need, as Tyler said, to get to the 30 to be right at the season long for Alex Herrera. Career long, actually, for Herrera. Rock Sanders in the backfield. Lenoris Sellers, the quarterback, operating from the pistol. Gets the snap, looking, firing left side. Catch is made, looking for more yardage. Doesn't find anything but the deck. He is brought down. That is Gage Larvidan. And a nice play by Alabama to make the stop on the play. Jefferson slowed him down a little bit, and then Jalen Mbakwe got him to the deck. And here comes Herrera, trying what would be, according to the notes, a 51-yarder and a career long for the South Carolina kicker from the near hash. Do they dare fake it right here? Snap, spot, kick. It is short. It is wide right. It looked like me trying it, and Bama turns him away. And Pat McAfee is not here to give him another shot. Whoo, little Dixieland delight after the Tide turns away the Gamecocks. 20-19, still our score. 6:08 to fight through when we come back on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
This season, don't let your home comfort fumble. Brown Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical is a proud partner of Alabama football and has been delivering the highest standards in home comfort across Birmingham for over 60 years. If you're looking for a great team and elite service from a quality company that cares, you can't miss with Brown in Birmingham. Score big this fall with Brown Cooling, Heating, Plumbing, and Electrical. Visit brownheatingandcooling.com/specials to save on your next service. Roll Tide.
The Crimson Tide plays here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
Your moment has arrived. It's time to shed the normal day-to-day version of yourself and let your most fabulous self loose. Make your way to Wind Creek Atmore, because whatever your idea of fabulous is, this is where you'll find it. Wind Creek Atmore. It's your kind of fabulous. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Get ready to rev up your engines and feel the excitement at Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac. We've got the perfect ride to match your style and adventure. Visit us at our showroom at Skyland Boulevard and let our friendly team help you find the vehicle of your dreams. Barkley Buick GMC Cadillac, where hometown pride and unbeatable deals collide. Drive with passion with Barkley. Visit us today or check us out online at barkleygmc.com.
Barkley makes it easy.
6 minutes, 8 seconds remaining at Saban Field at Bryant-Denny Stadium. Alabama 20 and South Carolina 19. The attendance figures courtesy of ATIX. The official attendance for today's game, a sellout of 100,077 fans. ATIX, the proud sponsor of the game's attendance. ATIX says thank you to all ticket-holding Crimson Tide fans. So Alabama forcing South Carolina to a field goal attempt. The field goal no good. Alabama with the football, up by 1, 6:08 to go. Tyler Watts, is it time to run the football?
Oh, now is when you definitely have to control the line of scrimmage, and every play has to be on your terms. If you throw the ball, it needs to be a high percentage completion. You don't want the clock to stop, and most importantly, you got to get first downs right here. Stay aggressive, but the most physical team in the fourth quarter is going to win.
Only 84 yards rushing on the day thus far for Alabama. But, man, it would be nice to get that done here. Jam Miller's in the backfield initially, but now he's split wide left with 2 wideouts right for Milroe. Quarterback keep the whole way. Student body left, trying to get to the edge. Can't. He's going to get pushed out of bounds after what may be a loss of a yard on the play.
Boy, you'd like to see him just to plant a foot and get north and south on that. I thought that we had the numbers to be able to get to the edge. We pulled a guard again. Alabama loves to run this play, but South Carolina did a really good job of stringing it out and forcing Milroe to the sideline.
2 wideouts left this time. Jeremy Bernard is the wideout to the right side. See if they try to get Ryan Williams loose on a deep ball here. Milroe looking. Pressure coming. Now scrambles. Keeps his feet. Gets a first down. Gets out of bounds. And that will move the sticks for an Alabama first down. But Tyler Watts, I don't get many right, but I almost did, didn't I, partner?
No, you dialed that one up. And Ryan Williams did have a step on the defender on a post route. No safety in the middle of the field. And listen, Dylan Stewart, the edge rusher for South Carolina, was double-teamed at the line of scrimmage and still found his way back to Jalen Milroe.
So 1st and 10, Bama with a clock at 5:14 remaining, and Alabama on top, 20-19. Again, it's Jam Miller in the backfield. Operating from the pistol, Milroe. Hands it off. Miller gets to the left side. Gets 4 yards before getting knocked out of bounds. It'll actually be a 3-yard pickup. O'Donnell Fortune, the corner, came up to apply the hit, but the clock continues to move. 4:52, 51, now 4:50 and moving here in the fourth quarter, with Bama looking to chew up the clock and somehow at the end of the drive add to a 1-point lead. Milroe with an empty backfield, waiting on the shotgun snap, gets it. Short drop, fire, slant pass Williams. Tried to spin away from a defender, but a great job of wrapping him up on the play. It was Fortune who saved the touchdown, because if Ryan gets loose, nobody's going to catch it.
Yeah, and if the ball's thrown upfield as opposed to on his back hip, it very well could have been a touchdown, but the possession is the most important thing. This needs to be the last snap before you hit the 3-minute mark.
4:07 to go here in the fourth. Bama a 1st and 10 from the South Carolina 44-yard line. Milroe in no rush. Looks to the sideline. Play clock now down to 5. It's at 3. Snaps it at 2. Play action. Quick out left side. Good catch. C.J. Dupree ambling forward and picking up 4 yards, maybe 5, to the 40 or just inside of it. Clock continues to roll. 3:40 and moving. A 2nd and 6 upcoming for Alabama here from the South Carolina 40-yard line. Williams wide left. Initially 3 receivers right. Now Dupree moves in tight. Justice Haynes in the backfield to the right of Milroe, who's going to wait as the play clock ticks down now to 5 seconds. 4, 3, snaps it at 2, hands it off. Haynes works forward for a gain of a yard, and Shane Beamer will use a timeout here with 3:04 to go.
Charge timeout, South Carolina.
And it's a 30-second timeout. But Tyler Watts, talk about the strategy there for Coach Beamer as you have that 2-minute timeout that's still 64 seconds away.
Well, and that's what they have. All these coaching staffs have studied time management, especially at the next level of the NFL, because of the 2-minute warning. And it's been proven apparently that taking your timeouts before the 2-minute timeout is when it's appropriate. South Carolina, though, down to only one timeout remaining. So even if they get a stop here, and let's hope that they don't, stop right here really puts, or excuse me, a first down conversion really puts you in good shape if you're Alabama.
You wonder if it's 2-down territory, but you hope you don't have to find out. Bama just 3 of 9 on third downs. A huge one right here. Third down and right at 3. Pitch left side. Miller cuts it back. Miller fighting forward. Did he get it? He did. He got the first down. That'll move the sticks as we pause 10 seconds for station identification on the Crimson Tide Sports Network. .233 and moving the game clock here. Alabama with plenty of time on that play clock. It's still at 17 seconds. No hurry at all to snap it. Now it's at 10 and they snap it. They'll hand it off to Miller. Jam gets stacked up after a gain of a yard, and South Carolina uses its final timeout. They will get the 2-minute timeout, but Tyler, I could tell you still would have liked to run about 5 or 6 more seconds off that play clock.
Yeah, it would have been nice, but I understand. I think you're getting to the 2-minute mark regardless of what happens after this next play. So it really just comes down to converting this first down. You convert the first down, you win the ball game. If not, you got to be conservative enough to run clock, but also be mindful of the fact that you got to get closer, because 3 points right here would be huge and put a tremendous amount of pressure on South Carolina. So you're battling a lot of things internally about how aggressive do you want to be? Do you want to go ahead and try to do something right now? You know that you're probably going to get some one-on-one matchups on the outside, and we talked about coming into it. We felt that that was an advantage to Alabama's receiving core. Do you go ahead and dial up a Ryan Williams right here, either on this down or potentially on third down, to try to convert it? But I still don't think you're close enough. I think you need to pick up another 5-6 yards, maybe even 7, before you feel really good about field goal.
Graham's career long is a 52-yarder. Graham Nicholson, the transfer from Miami of Ohio. Alabama with 2 wideouts near side. Quarterback keep, left side Milroe gets stacked up as Bama had the numbers but couldn't get the block made. Demetrius Knight came in, made the stop, and the 2-minute timeout will come here in the fourth quarter. Alabama facing a 3rd and 10, maybe a little bit more than that when we return. I know it's early, but never mind. We're back and heading down the stretch. When we return, Bama clinging to a 1-point lead on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Today's highlight is brought to you by Toyota. At home or on the road, they're never the underdog. Toyota. Let's go places. Get 3.99% APR for 36 months on a new 2024 Toyota RAV4 Hybrid. Offer valid through November 4th, 2024. 0 down for well-qualified buyers with approved credit and financing through Southeast Toyota Finance. $29.52 monthly payment for every $1,000 financed. Excludes tax, tag registration, title, and dealer fees. See dealer for details.
Let's go, let's go, let's go. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
Hey, Crimson Tide fans, the 2024 football season is here, and SeatGeek is here to help you experience all the action. SeatGeek makes it easy to find tickets so you can be a part of all the touchdown celebrations this season. Whether you're buying or selling tickets to Alabama football games or to any other live event in your area, SeatGeek is the place to do it. SeatGeek is the official ticket marketplace of the Alabama Crimson Tide. The most disruptive idea in ticketing? A ticket that works. Expect the expected. SeatGeek.
2 minutes to go. It's Alabama 20 and South Carolina 19. Make sure you stay with us after the ball game for the region's fifth quarter show and the post-game press conference with head coach Kalen DeBoer. It's brought to you by Tri-Green Equipment. Alabama tradition runs deep. Just like our football team, Tri-Green stands the test of time in Alabama hometowns with lawn and land care equipment and support you can count on. Visit TriGreenEquipment.com. Roll Tide. Tyler Watts, it's 3rd down and 10 for the Crimson Tide on the 34. What's the thought process behind this play call?
Well, you want to pick up positive yardage because right now you're probably not in field goal range. You need another 5-6 yards, which is why it's interesting that we were running side lateral on first down. However, you don't want to throw an incomplete pass. What is South Carolina going to do? Are they going to dial up the pressure? If they do, fine. Let's throw a slant. Let's throw a one-on-one. Get a jump ball and/or some sort of interference. But this is a really interesting strategy on both sides of exactly how South Carolina dials it up and what does Alabama do. You run the ball here, though. I mean, you potentially are either punting or kicking a field goal with about minute 15.
Let's see what Kalen DeBoer opts to do. Empty set initially. 3 wide left, including Jam Miller. Milrow calling Miller in motion to the right side. Snap goes to Jalen. Looking downfield's got a man. Bernard, catch made. Touchdown, Alabama. 34 yards. Jeremy Bernard on the catch. Jalen Milrow on the strike. And Alabama now a 26-19 lead with a minute 54 to go. Oh, mercy.
Well, I tell you, Jeremy Bernard really did an incredible job of running that ball down. It was not an easy catch for him, and he had to close some ground in order to run it down. But Milrow, give him a lot of credit throwing a catchable ball. Gutsy call there on 3rd and 9.
Nicholson on to try the extra point. The hold from Burnap, the snap from Hibbett. The kick is up. It is good. And Alabama with an 8-point lead, a minute 54 to go. It would take a touchdown and a 2-point conversion just to tie from South Carolina.
It was a bunch look on the 3rd down, and the safety just absolutely got turned around as both tight ends went across the formation, and Bernard kind of went towards the flat, up the field, and then back towards the corner. He got turned around similar to how we did on that 4th and 9 that they scored a touchdown on. And Jeremy Bernard, heck of a route there, getting the safety twisted around.
Hey, heck of a route and a heck of a catch. The sun's starting to drop or set into, not setting yet, but it's moving now. It's in our eyes. He was looking back into the sun, made a heck of a grab, and able to extend it to now, with the extra point, an 8-point Bama lead. Juju McDowell is the deep man for South Carolina as Connor Talty is on to kick it off. Would love to see one sail through the back of the end zone here, as was the case to start the game. Talty approaches the football, toe meets leather, and this one will do just what we asked for, going into the back of the end zone.
Well, you hate to second guess yourself, but now looking back, it was appropriate to go for 2, but how big would that point right now have been?
That's true. That is true.
You still got to stop them. And you know that it's four downs every 10 yards for South Carolina, but that forces them into some situations they don't want to be in, especially as this drive continues.
And again, no timeouts left for the Gamecocks as Mazeo Bennett and Vandrevius Jacobs are split wide to the right side. Rock Sanders in the backfield with Lenoris Sellers again as the quarterback. Gets the snap, looking, pressure coming, steps up in the pocket, looks like he wants to run, has to, and then slides down at the 29-yard line. A gain of 4 on that play, but they've got to hurry to the line of scrimmage again with no way to stop the clock. A minute 36, a minute 34, now a minute 32 as they've got 2 wideouts left. Norris looking, stepping up in the pocket, trying to run, fires a pass, tipped, and it is incomplete. Oh, it was in the air, and it hung for a while. Mbakwe was trying to get there, but Alabama, a nice job. The pass intended for Larvidan could not bring it in, and it is now 3rd down for the Gamecocks. 6 of 13 on the day, which means they're 6 of 8 on 3rd downs in this half. A minute 22 to go, 2-down territory. They've got 3rd and 7. Looking, Sellers, flag on the play. Pump fake, now will run. He'll slide down. Let's see if this one's coming back, though.
That's offsides on us.
They'll decline it. Is that picked up more than 5? It'll put them at 1st and 10 from the from their own 37-yard line.
Offside, defense, number 11. That penalty is declined. The result of the play is a 1st down.
Jihad,
the clock will start on the
jumped
snap.
the gun a bit as Bama's flagged for a 7th time, covering 56 yards. 1:15 to go. With the Tide trying to hang on to a 27-19 lead. 2 safety look for Alabama. Looking is Sellers, firing across the middle. Catch is made right at the Bama 45-yard line, as making the grab was Larvidan again. They'll hurry to the line of scrimmage with the Gamecocks with a minute 4, a minute 3, a minute 2 on the clock. No timeouts left. Sellers looking across the middle again. It is picked, or is it? Wow, there were 2 men there. Are they going to give him a catch? They did. Larvidan, they did wipe it off. Thank you, partner. I thought initially we had a pick from Damani Jackson. Then I thought they were going to make it a catch for the Gamecocks. Instead, they say incomplete. It does stop the clock with 55 seconds remaining. 2nd and 10 upcoming. Play action. Sellers looking. Pocket closes. And down he goes with a flag coming in. Likely a hold. Hopefully on Carolina. Hold. It could be a face mask. You never know. If it's a face mask, it might be on cue. In the way he's reacting, I think that may be what the call will be.
Yeah, I think that's what it is.
Personal foul, face mask, defense, number 34. The result of the play was a fumble recovered by Alabama and forced the penalty from the previous spot. It'll be 1st down.
Good night. Game
Boy,
was
what a
be
penalty.
over.
Yeah, what a penalty right there.
Wasn't just the sack. It was the end of the game.
Yeah.
50 seconds remaining. South Carolina now at the Alabama 30-yard line, or just outside of it. Down 8. Looking, Sellers downfield, one-on-one coverage. That is caught, but was the inbounds? No. Damani Jackson in coverage on Nick Harbor, who I believe made a great grab, but he was out of bounds as he did so.
That's quite a bit of height advantage there for Harbor, the South Carolina wide receiver. Shane Beamer arguing his case, but definitely out of bounds. Or was he?
Did he have the knee hit in bounds?
Might have gotten 1 foot in.
On the field, an incomplete pass. The previous play is under further review.
The question then is going to come, did he maintain possession through the catch?
This official review brought to you by BuildSubmarines.com. That's our game sponsor as well. At BuildSubmarines.com, we build giants because it takes one to build one. They've looked at the review, and the foot was in. But on the review, can you see if he has possession? It was a great effort. Still to be determined if it was a great catch. And again, even if it's overruled and called a touchdown, they've got to go for 2 in order to tie it with 43 seconds remaining.
I don't know if there's enough camera angles to really
get all of it together.
Yeah, to talk about the hands and did the ball move. And his foot's definitely down. But did the ball move at all? Did he possess it?
After review, the receiver had firm control and had his foot in bounds. Therefore, it's a touchdown.
And you got to stop him on the 2-point.
Again, convert, and Bama will have it. Anticipating a kickoff with 43 seconds to go in a tie game. Stop them. And we're just going to try to field an onside kick. But the Gamecocks will go for it here. Rock Sanders is in the backfield, but he's going to have some company. I do believe they huddle near the line of scrimmage. It'll be an empty set for the quarterback, Lenoris Sellers. They'll bring a man in motion. They'll fake the handoff to him. They'll roll the pocket. They'll throw. Incomplete. Q Robinson was in the face of Sellers. He had to unload it. He threw it out of the end zone. It's incomplete. And Bama turns away the Gamecocks.
Go ahead, and Damien, we talked last week about doing your job, whatever that assignment was. Heck of a job there by Q Robinson.
So loud on the sidelines. Damien can't hear us right now. But you can't rest because we talk about their special teams, and you know an onside kick is upcoming.
It is, but that's a huge bullet there we just dodged. They try to do a little rub route. Everybody does it on their 2-point play. But when you get pressure in the quarterback's face, it forces him to make that decision quickly. And with everyone covered, it would have taken a perfect throw, and it's just too difficult with a big defender like Q Robinson right in your face.
Damien, what'd you see, buddy?
Hey, man, I'm just glad that man made an overthrow. To be quite honest with you, that man was wide open there. It was a great play by the D-line to distort his view of the receiver, man. I'm just glad that guy threw that ball into the end zone, man. Now we got to finish off and walk out of here with a W and go get this stuff together before we head off to Knoxville, man.
Kai Kroger will go with a pooch kick, but Bama called a timeout beforehand.
Before the play, Alabama takes its first timeout.
I got to tell you, that's one that I'm not used to seeing. It's a free kick. They weren't going to use the tee. He was going to go for the punt onside kick.
Well, it's a good timeout because I don't want Jamarian Latham and Deontay Lawson as my hands team, and that's where they were about to kick the ball to. I want receivers across the board.
Well, you still may not get your wish.
Well, but at least I got a couple of guys over there.
Right.
Cuevas is there.
You guys go
Justice
hit somebody
Haynes,
and we'll let the others catch
y'all
it.
protect me, and ideally you would love to field this thing before it gets to 10 yards.
So here comes the squibber, and it will be bouncing off a couple of players, and South Carolina came up with it. I think Cuevas had a hand on it first, but couldn't come up with the kick that hugged to the ground. Squibbed around, and South Carolina,
holy cow,
did indeed come up with it. As on the recovery was Colin Bryant. mercy. 40 seconds to go. South Carolina with possession at the Alabama 49-yard line. The defense called on once again. No timeouts for the Gamecocks.
You got to have a sack.
No safeties deep for Alabama. Tide showing pressure. And we got 8 in the box right now. Now they drop back, the safeties do. They'll look, they'll throw, it's tipped, but it gets caught by a lineman for South Carolina, and they'll move forward 4 yards. The clock continues to run as that one was deflected at the line of scrimmage by Alabama, but a South Carolina lineman, Jatavius Shivers, made the grab. It's a gain of a couple. Clock down under 20 seconds. Blitz coming. Malachi chasing him. He unloads a pass that's incomplete. And now it will be 3rd down and 8 with 13 seconds to go. Kane Womack dialing up the pressure here. And Alabama very aggressive. Almost got a pick. And then almost got a sack. So here we go. No timeouts. Bama clinging to a 27-25 lead. 2-point advantage. Snap. Sellers looking, firing it deep downfield. Safety is there. Jackson intercepts it, takes a knee.
Get down.
Actually, he's going to run it out of the end zone, so it wouldn't be a touchback or a safety. The clock has hit 0. Jackson slides down, and for the love, let's get out of here. Alabama escapes with a 27-25 lead over South Carolina. It was lethal. It was dangerous. At times, it was ugly as newborn sin. But it was a victory when the clock hit 0 and Alabama hangs on for the 27-25 victory. 5-1 on the year. South Carolina slides to 3-3. Take us through the last play. Picked off, but you were concerned, as I think I was, he may have carried the ball into the end zone and takes a knee. That's a safety,
That would
right?
be a safety as well as, but then I wasn't even thinking about that. I was thinking you're trying to return it, and there was a wide receiver in the vicinity who could have tackled you for the potential safety. Damani Jackson probably did the right thing. He wasn't sure how that would be ruled or judged by the official. So you go ahead and use your speed, get to the outside. Woo! It wasn't pretty, partner, but a win's a win.
D Square, a thought from you. We'll get a bunch of them from him coming up in the postgame. And in fact, your postgame coverage, the 5th quarter show, brought to you by Regions. Also, Coach DeBoer's press conference live, powered by Tri-Green Equipment. A lot of conversation coming up, but thankfully, it's after a win. 27-25. Bama hangs on over the Gamecocks on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
The passion, the tradition, the rivalries. Sirius XM is your destination for all things college sports, and we've got you covered. On SEC Radio, there is complete coverage of every school in the conference, including live games, plus 24/7 talk and analysis. So cheer along on the Sirius XM app and listen to your favorite team anywhere. And now you can get 3 months of Sirius XM free. Subscribe now. See offer details at SiriusXM.com/SEC Sports.
Producing championship quality lumber is not an easy process, but at Everwood Preserving, it's our only process. Wood treated right. Everwood offers top-notch pressure-treated wood for decks, outdoor structures, commercial jobs, and more that you can build your reputation on. When it comes to quality, we're on the winning team. Visit your local Everwood dealer today and discover the difference for yourself. Everwood Preserving Incorporated, the official lumber of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town. The University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. They're a win for your wallet and a big roll tide, whether you're purchasing stuff for game day or every day. Want to go all in on confidently showing your Tide pride? Order your card now at regions.com/GoBama. Regions, official bank of the SEC. Member FDIC. Terms, conditions, and fees apply.
The Lilly Company is your local supplier for Toyota and Clark industrial forklift trucks. With 6 locations in Alabama, the Lilly Company offers new, used, and rental equipment, as well as being an authorized parts and service dealer. More than just lift trucks, the Lilly Company is your one-stop shop when it comes to equipping your business or warehouse with the latest and most innovative material handling products and time-saving solutions. Check us out at LillyForklifts.com, proud partner of the Alabama Crimson Tide.
This is the Regions' 5th quarter show on the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield. Regions, get your University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card or Prepaid Regions Now Card today. Alabama football is also brought to you by Cook's Pest Control, the South's most trusted name in pest control and proud sponsor of Alabama football. And by Barkley GMC, Barkley Buick GMC, where Barkley makes it easy.
Roll Tide and welcome to the Regions' 5th quarter show. Let's huddle up and make things happen with the only cards for T-Town, the University of Alabama Regions Visa Debit Card and Prepaid Regions Now Card. Get yours today. Alabama wins. Final score, the Crimson Tide 27, the Gamecocks of South Carolina 25. And do want to mention Damani Jackson with that game-ending interception for the Crimson Tide. For every Bama interception this year, participating Chick-fil-A restaurants in Alabama donate $1,000 to Children's of Alabama as our Picks for Kids partner. So that is now 6 interceptions for the Tide and $6,000 for Children's of Alabama. Special thank you to the Chick-fil-A locations in Alabama who are supporting Children's of Alabama this season. This is Roger Hoover, now joined by our color analyst Tyler Watts. And Tyler, that interception got the win for the Crimson Tide, but some pretty tense moments leading up to it.
Yeah, it was, but I loved how Kane Womack said, you know what? We're not going to let you beat us by just moving the ball down the field in the field goal range. We're coming after you. They were on that side of the ball, right around, the 50-yard line or so. So, it was a case where 1 first down and they are kicking a field goal. So you have to dial up the pressure. You almost get a sack, then Malachi Moore comes in, forces a throwaway on the 3rd down. Because of the previous 2 plays, you had Sellers understanding it was coming. He didn't want to get hit. He didn't want to make sure he wanted the ball up in the air. He threw it before he wanted to. And fortunately, Damani Jackson was able to come down with it. A little hairy also there in the end zone. Did his momentum take him into the end zone? How would that be ruled? He goes ahead and elects to bring it out and seal the game.
Seal the game for the Crimson Tide. I'm sure we'll touch on this when Damon comes upstairs as well. But takeaways, we wanted to see that from the Crimson Tide. Key momentum play was the forced fumble by Jahad Campbell. LT Overton gets it, and then you get a game-ending interception.
That was nice, and you definitely had to have that because that's coming on the heels of Jalen Milroe throwing an interception in the end zone. And points right there kind of ended up being a wash, but you needed to rely on your defense. We talked about this last week and even in the pregame. Complementary football. It ain't always going to go pretty or perfect, but when one side is struggling, it's the duty and job of the other side to pick them up until they can get things figured out. Last week, 13 points off of turnovers. Today, 5 points off of turnovers. Too many points that this offense is spotting the opposing team. They got to stop doing that. But at the same time, when we turn the ball over, taking points off the board because of where it occurred, the defense immediately made another play.
And Alabama makes the play that counts as the Crimson Tide get this victory 27-25, the final. As Chris mentioned a moment ago, now Alabama 5-1 on the season, 2-1 in SEC play. With the loss, the Gamecocks dropped to 3-3 on the year, and now 1 win and 3 losses in SEC competition for South Carolina. We'll continue with more of the Region's 5th quarter show next. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
With the Crimson Tide Sports Network, I'm fortunate to get to travel all over the country. But my favorite place to stay in Tuscaloosa is the Hampton Inn by Hilton. What stands out is their people. Always kind, courteous, and willing to make my stay as comfortable as possible. With 2 convenient locations in Tuscaloosa, the Hampton Inn by Hilton is great for any visit to T-Town. Not just football weekends, but anytime you're in Tuscaloosa, stay with the fine folks at the Hampton Inn by Hilton and feel the Hamptonality.
I'm Cole Adams.
And I'm Jeremy Bernard. We are all excited to enjoy the energy of Bryant-Denny Stadium this fall, but viruses that cause respiratory diseases are still prevalent in our communities.
Vaccination against these viruses is very important for everyone, and especially for those who are at a higher risk of developing serious complications, including older Americans and those with certain medical conditions.
For more information, visit alabamapublichealth.gov/IMM today.
Stay safe and roll Tide.
If you're looking for the best selection in Crimson Tide apparel, look no further than the Soup Store. The Soup Store is every Bama fan's ultimate destination for the hottest gear and accessories, with 3 great locations around campus to serve you: in Tuscaloosa on campus at the University Student Center, on the Strip in front of Bryant-Denny Stadium, and on Bryant Drive. If you can't get to Tuscaloosa, shop the Soup Store online at soupstore.ua.edu. The Soup Store is a proud partner of Alabama Athletics.
Coors Light presents To Chill or Not to Chill, when your friend skips your favorite song on the playlist. End of friendship. Or choose chill, because that song lives rent-free in your head anyway, and you're planned ahead by bringing Coors Light to the party. And the sound of that ice-cold can cracking open was music to your ears already. Coors Light. Choose chill. Celebrate responsibly. 2024 Coors Brewing Company, Golden, Colorado.
Alabama football all season long. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
With the enhanced engine performance and fuel economy of newly reformulated Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, you're good to go. But good to go where? Exotic bird shopping? To your Tuesday night bowling league?
Woo! That's a turkeys.
Good to go try your luck at bingo.
G32.
Good to go to a lumberjack competition.
I'm gonna move my car.
New top-tier Tri-Clean gas from Citgo, the most advanced fuel we've ever made. Now you're good to go.
Sports not only bring us together, they inspire us on our own health journeys. Whether we're walking an extra lap, crushing a new goal, or spending time with friends cheering in the stands, we all win when we feel healthier and happier. That's why Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama is a proud sponsor of athletic programs across the state. Because a healthier Alabama is a happier Alabama. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of Alabama. We cover what matters.
Alabama wins 27-25, the final score against South Carolina. We're going to talk all about it, of course, here on the Region's Fifth Quarter Show, but also coming up Monday night along with Corey Reamer. I'll be joined by him, as well as a full crew at Baumhower's in Vestavia Hills for Crimson Tide Rewind, presented by the Alabama Department of Public Health. All across the network, legendary fun, legendary food, always at Baumhower's Victory Grill. We'll be hearing from the head coach of the Crimson Tide, Kalen DeBoer, coming up in just a moment. And Alabama got off to a good start in this ball game, led 14-0 at the 2-minute timeout right before halftime. But then, Tyler, we saw a wave of momentum go back to South Carolina's way, with the Crimson Tide able to get again the final play that sealed this game in an Alabama victory.
You know, very similar to the end of the game. You going back to the first half, they score a touchdown. They get a safety and then a field goal, all in a short period of time. And then there towards the tail end, you score. And y'all were talking about it. If you take a knee, the game's over, and you only win by one, whatever. If I catch that ball, I'm going in the end zone as well. But the defense, 1 minute and 48 seconds on the clock, and they give up a touchdown. You can't do that. Fortunately enough, they were not able to get the 2-point conversion. But then the onside kick, you got to find a way to field that thing, right?
I mean, just some terrible things happening to us in this, different football games, man. We've been playing some really, really rough football, shooting ourselves in the foot, man, making it really hard for us to win football games.
Q Robinson gets a sack, and it's a face mask and a fumble. Game's over.
Oh, my God. Face mask and a fumble. Happened last week, like I said, in the Vanderbilt game at some real unfortunate times, man. I really, really, really can't put my finger on why these mistakes are happening right now, man. But they found the way to get out of this game with a W today. And Nick used to always say, can you learn without taking a loss? And they learned, hopefully, they learned this week. Without taking a loss today, man. But this thing doesn't get any weaker, man.
No, it doesn't get easier.
Great football team that you're going to go play next week. Very explosive. quarterback that can extend plays, one of the tallest quarterbacks in the league, man. So we got some things that we need to address. Like I said, man, we found a way to walk out of here. I don't know if we found a way or South Carolina found a way not to leave this play, not to win the game. Whatever happened, it turned out in our favor, man. But we really, really got to look ourselves in the mirror, man, because we've been playing some really, really, really sad football.
Well, just at opportune moments, like you said. I mean, a couple of times where we have forced punts, but because of penalties, extended drives, forced turnovers, but because of penalties, extended drives. And those are the frustrating things I know that we sit up here in the aftermath and talk about the woulda, coulda, shoulda, so to speak. But in the moment, when you're up 14-0, there has to be a central focus of let's put them away now. Let's keep the pressure on them.
No doubt, and you have to make a quarterback like Lil Norris pay for his mistakes. You know, he's a guy that, you know, kind of remind me of a young Jalen Milroe, can do some senseless things every once in a while. And he plays on a really good football team. Those guys have a really good roster. They went into the NIL and, you know, got some guys that can win football games for them. But, you know, his youth and lack of reps, you know, kind of get them in trouble, man. And he did that today. But we did not capitalize on him making those mistakes today. Last week, Ole Miss capitalized on him making those mistakes, right, and they put that game away. And that game wasn't much of a game the entire game, man. The Crimson Tide has to find a way when these guys are making these type of mistakes to put guys away, man.
Again, Alabama gets the win, 27-25, the final score. We'll be back with more on the region's fifth quarter show next. This is the Crimson Tide Sports Network from Learfield.
Tide fans, let's take a 30-second time out for a quick mental getaway to Pensacola. Sugar white sands, crystal clear waters. Remember, your perfect getaway is just a short drive away. So hit the road for the ultimate time out from the hustle and bustle. Fresh seafood, stunning sunsets, and relaxing beaches. All waiting for you in Pensacola. Saturdays with the Tide and any day with your toes in the sand. That's the way to beach. Plan your getaway at visitpensacola.com.
At Cadence Bank, we're here for all 4 quarters and overtime in your financial journey. Whether you're investing for the future, saving for a dream home, starting a business, or just needing to tackle life's financial challenges, we have the teammates, tools, and game plan to help you win. Experience a financial partner that comes in clutch. Visit cadencebank.com to learn more. Cadence Bank. Your team, your cadence. Member FDIC.
Wherever you are, unlock your full potential with the University of Alabama Online. Choose from over 100 flexible degree and certificate programs that fit around your schedule. Earn the same degree as you would on campus with the same affordable tuition rate for every state and the legendary alumni network that is second to none. Advance your career and change your life with the University of Alabama Online, where legends log in. Get started today at online.ua.edu.
For over 6 decades, Golden Flake has been right there with you. This year, we're offering you a chance to win tickets to the Iron Bowl. Visit goldenflakesweepstakes.com and enter before November 20th. Grab a bag of simple Southern goodness and let's make this Iron Bowl unforgettable with Golden Flake. No purchase necessary. Legal residents of the 50 United States, 18 and older. Void where prohibited. Ends November 20th, 2024. See official rules for details. Sponsor It's Quality Foods, LLC.
Crimson Tide football lives here. This is Alabama Crimson Tide football from Learfield.
You are the co-pilot. You go by many names, and Marathon knows how important you are to your team. You are the carpool driver, the assistant coach, keeper of the shoulder pads, the knee pads, and the helmets. The back of your car looks like a sporting goods store.